Lion of Judah Society.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Lion of Judah Society.
And when they were come in, they went up. And when they were come in, and when they were come in, and when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Lion of Judah Society.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Hebrew first words. Shalom, Chaverim, Shalom. Hebrew first words here for the 38th weekly Torah portion reading and feeding 99 annual Rastafari sabbatical studies. And for this Shabbat strong, Korah. Hebrew first words. Here we pick up with Numbers, the 4th book of Moses, the Hebrew book of Numbers, the Sefer Bamidbar, the cipher, the book in the wilderness. So we pick up with Numbers chapter 16, Chaverim. Hebrew first words here. Vayikach Korah, Bain Yitzhar, Bain Kehat, Bain Lewi, with Datan, with Abiram, Bnei Eliab, with On, Bain Pelet, Bnei Reuben. Now, Korah, Hebrew first words, Vayikach Korah. And Korah took, literally the Hebrew first words, and Korah took, and he took men. Now, Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, with Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Pelet, sons of Reuben, took men. Hebrew first words here for this 38th RSS, Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong, this weekly Torah portion reading and feeding. Hebrew first words. Now, Korah. Vayikach Korah, Bain Yitzhar, Bain Kehat, Bain Lewi, with Datan, with Abiram, Bnei Eliab, with On, Bain Pelet, Bnei Reuben. Now Korah took men. Now Korah. Vayikach Korah.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Reuben. Now Korah took men. Now Korah. Vayikach Korah. Vayikach Korah.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Lion of Judah Society.
Just the present. Just the
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
We're gon' quit, you know. Them gonna be lazy like the slaves. All the homies go to crazy.
Chase those crazy bullets out of town.
Not you.
We gonna chase those crazy bullets out of town.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
Chapter 16. Now Korah the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Pelet, sons of Reuben, took men. And they rose up before Moses with certain of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation, men of renown. And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said unto them, Ye take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Wherefore then lift ye up yourselves above the congregation of the Lord. And when Moses heard it, he fell upon his face. And he spake unto Korah and unto all his company, saying, Even tomorrow the Lord will show who are his, and who is holy, and will cause him to come near unto him. Even him whom he hath chosen will he cause to come near unto him. This do, take you censers, Korah and all his company, and put fire therein, and put incense in them before the Lord tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom the Lord doth choose, he shall be holy. Ye take too much upon you, ye sons of Levi. And Moses said unto Korah, Hear I pray you, ye sons of Levi, seemeth it but a small thing unto you, that the God of Israel hath separated you from the congregation of Israel to bring you near to himself, to do the service of the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to minister unto them? And he hath brought thee near to him, and all thy brethren, the sons of Levi, with thee. And seek ye the priesthood also? For which cause both thou and all thy company are gathered together against the Lord. And what is Aaron, that ye murmur against him? Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, which said, We will not come up. Is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of a land that floweth with milk and honey, to kill us in the wilderness, except thou make thyself altogether a prince over us? Moreover, thou hast not brought us into a land that floweth with milk and honey, or given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Wilt thou put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up. Moses was very wroth, and said unto the Lord, Respect not thou their offerings. I have not taken one ass from them, neither have I hurt one of them. And Moses said unto Korah, Be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they and Aaron tomorrow. And take every man his censer, and put incense in them, and bring ye before the Lord every man his censer, 250 censers, thou also and Aaron, each of you his censer. And they took every man his censer, and put fire in them, and laid incense thereon, and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation with Moses and Aaron. And Korah gathered all the congregation against them unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the congregation. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, Separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. And they fell upon their faces and said, O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin, and wilt thou be wroth with all the congregation? And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the congregation, saying, Get you up from about the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And Moses rose up and went unto Dathan and Abiram, and the elders of Israel followed him. And he spake unto the congregation, saying, Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest ye be consumed in all their sins. And they got up from the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram on every side. And Dathan and Abiram came out and stood in the door of their tents, and their wives and their sons and their little children. And Moses said, Hereby ye shall know that the Lord hath sent me to do all these works, for I have not done them of mine own mind. If these men die the common death of all men, Or if they be visited after the visitation of all men, then the Lord hath not sent them. But if the Lord make a new thing, and the earth open her mouth and swallow them up with all that appertain unto them, and they go down quick into the pit, then ye shall understand that these men have provoked the Lord. And it came to pass, as he had made an end of speaking all these words, that the ground clave asunder that was under them, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and their houses, and all the men that appertained unto Korah, and all their goods. They and all that appertained to them went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed upon them, and they perished from among the congregation. And all Israel that were round about them fled at the cry of them, for they said, Lest the earth swallow us up also. And there came out a fire from the Lord, and consumed the 250 men that offered incense. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter thou the fire yonder, for they are hallowed. The censers of these sinners against their own souls, let them make them broad plates for a covering of the altar, for they offered them before the Lord. Therefore they are hallowed, and they shall be a sign unto the children of Israel. And Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers wherewith they that were burnt had offered, and they were made broad plates for a covering of the altar, to be a memorial unto the children of Israel, that no stranger, which is not of the seed of Aaron, come near to offer incense before the Lord, that he be not as Korah and as his company, as the Lord said to him by the hand of Moses. But on the morrow, all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, saying, Ye have killed the people of the Lord. And it came to pass, when the congregation was gathered against Moses and against Aaron, that they looked toward the tabernacle of the congregation, and behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. And Moses and Aaron came before the tabernacle of the congregation, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Get you up from among this congregation, that I may consume them as in a moment. And they fell upon their faces. And Moses said unto Aaron, Take a censer, and put fire therein from off the altar, and put on incense, and go quickly unto the congregation, and make an atonement for them. For there is wrath gone out from the Lord, the plague is begun. And Aaron took as Moses commanded, and ran into the midst of the congregation, and behold, the plague was begun among the people. And he put on incense, and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed. Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned unto Moses unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the plague was stayed, 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 plague was stayed. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room.
Let my prayer be set forth before thee as incense, and the lifting up of my hands as the evening sacrifice, evening sacrifice, evening sacrifice, evening sacrifice, evening sacrifice, evening sacrifice, evening sacrifice. Let my prayer be set forth before thee as incense, for 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 thee. Let my prayer be set forth before thee as incense, before thee as incense, 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 and the lifting up of my hands as the evening sacrifice, the evening sacrifice, evening sacrifice, before thee as incense, before thee as incense, before thee as incense, forth before thee as incense. Prayer be set forth before thee as incense. Prayer be set forth before thee as incense. Prayer be set forth before thee as incense. The as incense. Prayer be set forth before thee. Prayer be set forth before thee. Prayer be set forth before thee. Forth before thee. Forth before thee. Forth. Prayer be set forth before thee. Prayer be set forth before thee as incense, and the lifting up of my hands as the evening sacrifice, as the evening sacrifice, evening sacrifice. Let my prayer be set forth before thee as incense, and the lifting up of my hands as the evening sacrifice, as the evening sacrifice, evening sacrifice, evening sacrifice.
Lion of Judah Society.
Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned unto Moses unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the playing for state.
Every knee shall bow, and every tongue confess.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Looking at this Torah portion and the hearing of the word and the study of the word in this 38th sabbatical study for the sabbatical strong right here, Korach. There's some very key points of interest. Now, I like to share the full of this with the item, and I actually went through a portion. I was going to call it the Hebrew. We call it like the first words and the first reasonings, right? Look at some keys, especially Masoretically, according to the Masorah, and the compare and contrast the KJV as well in this study, so we can get rightly dividing the word, rightly explaining the word, right? So we can get a fuller context of what was happening right here and what is happening right here in this Torah portion, but also what also happens within, we could say, the assembly, right? And every assembly where there is a leadership, and if a leadership is called of Yahuwah, of Jehovah, even as in this society, this assembly of His Imperial Majesty, there will be those Korah. Now Korah, this says to be bald, but actually to make bald, when you get to the root of it, right? Korah, one who is bald, or one who is made bald, right? It's a very interesting Torah portion, because that key word, the focus word, the groundational word, now Korah, he took, right? The context is that he took men. Why yikah Korah. The Khazarim, the Ashkenazim, the other Yehudim, they will say Vayikah Korah. So we have the wow, or some say Vav, right? The wet, right? The wa, right? The Vayikah. Now the root there is Lakah. Lakah means to take, right? So, and he took Korah. Context there, looking at the structure we have in the Hebrew and the Shemitic, the usual structure is what we call a VSO structure, or the verb comes first, then the subject, and then the object. And so this is what we have right here. We have the verb, right, with the conjunction in the sense of and he took, that usually is translated, I think the KJV also translates it as now, right, now, or like the context is and he took, almost, and now Korah took, he took what? He took men. But now men, the object, men, you see the italicized in the KJV and other good Bibles, the King James Version, Schofield Study Bible, among the Chavrim, among the disciples, the followers and disciples of the King of Kings Christ, in this assembly, Schofield Study Bible, and the root of it, the KJV, just on the English side of the ledger. You see men at the end of verse 1 is italicized next to took. So you see it says now Korah, in the first two words of the English translation, now Korah. Then you look at the last two words, it says took men. But in the Hebrew, the took, which is the next to last word in the KJV translation, men is not there. See, men, which is the object, is not specified in the Hebrew text, right? In the Masorah text, right? Masoretically, it's not there, right? We don't find that here in the English. We have men as italicized. So whenever you see the italics, right? When we see the italics usually in the text, it means that those words are not there. All right, so for the chabarim in the studies, when you see the italics as one is, growing in grace and the knowledge and in studying the Hebrew, even taking those baby steps, look for the word. If you look for the word men within that first verse in chapter 16, you won't find it there in Numbers chapter 16. So the context is that, and Korah took. In fact, the word, right, in the Hebrew, the phrase, Wayikach Korah, right, Wayikach Korah is singular. And he took Korah. In other words, and the context on the translation would be, and Korah took. Right, and Korah took. Now, we think that probably one of the reasons why they probably translated and put kind of men or took men at the end of now the Hebrew actually reads it like this, right? The Hebrew also has men there, but the men is not there in the Hebrew text. So here we say, in a sense of superiority, vis-a-vis, just in our study, is in the KJV, because at least they put it in italicized. And when you understand, why the italics, are the italicized words really there? If you're studying with the Schofield, in the Schofield Study Bible, yes, but if you're studying getting into the Hebrew with the Strong's Concordance, you'll notice that there are words for the key words and phrases. And when you compare those words, with the Blue Letter Bible and the numbers for the different Hebrew words, you'll notice there's no number next to the italicized men at the end of verse 1 of Numbers chapter 16, verse 1. So the men is not specified in the Hebrew text. It's what we call an elliptical phrase, which is so often found in Scripture. We also have that furthermore, even in this chapter right here. The next place we have this is in chapter 3. We see that where it says, ye take, right, is italicized. Then you have are, where it says are holy, seeing all the congregation are holy, or all the congregation holy. Right? Literally, when we look at the Hebrew, all the congregation are holy ones. Ki kol ha'edah kulam kedoshim. So what are you saying? That all the ones are holy ones, in a translated sense, are saints. So all the ones are saints, are holy ones. Right? So we also have that right there, right, with the elliptical phrase. Right? So we have also another one is what says, and the Lord is. The word is in verse 3 of Numbers chapter 16. Right? And if you just go through, you'll find this kind of continue in many areas of the Scripture. So what we usually advise, and what we have also done, and it's a good medi, is we'll read it first with everything that's there, right, to get the sense, the context, the peshat, right, the parasho, as it were, and then we would read it again without the italicized, right, to get a little more of the rawness. Many times that italics were put there to kind of bridge, from the Hebrew, right, and the Hebraicisms to the English, context, so that the English reader can get a better idea right there of what's going on. Now, a couple of interesting things right here, just to kind of point out right here, especially with now Korah took men, right, or now Korah took, right, or now Korah took, and now Korah took. Wayikach Korah, and now Korah took. So now, to construe the verb took as an antecedent of the next phrase that we find in verse 1, or actually verse 2, Slika, in verse 2, where it says, with certain of the children of Israel. So in verse 2 it says, and they rose up before Moshe. And they rose up. So we get to the Hebrew right here, the Chumash. We have Waya
Wayakumu lifnei Moshe. Wayakumu lifnei Moshe. And they rose up before lifnei Moshe. And they rose up before Moses, or they rose up in the face. Lifnei from the panim, panaim, pana, lifnei, fanim, before the face of. So this was an open revolt, right? This was an open rebellion, right? And it's so crafty, and the Torah really brings out that as we study it, right? What is said, especially when we get to verse 3. All right, verse 3. You hope to get into some more of the details of it if we have time and opportunity. We did an inspired reading and reasoning on that. This is just to give one a kind of an overview right here, some things to look for, right? So Korah took, right? He took. First we have Korah. He's a son of Lewi, right? He's a son of Levi. Then along with him we have Datan and Abiram, right? You know, and then we have On, right? It says here that they were sons of Reuben. Now, what's interesting is that Korah, he's already a Levite. He's already, we can almost say, like he's one of the palace guards. This, in a sense, is almost like a bodyguard or the Kubra Zabenyo, similar to what, you know, occurred even elsewhere, like the bodyguard, like a creeping coup. This definitely is a creeping coup here in the wilderness right here. He's already a Levite. So that means he's already in an honored position. But as we said before, that all of the Kohanim, right, were Levites, Lewim, but not all of the Levites or Lewim were Kohanim, right? So we have the priesthood, right, and then we have the tabernacle assistants, right, of the Lewim, right, of the Levites. In the sense of the Rhema word, it would be like the singers and the players of the instruments, right? And then when we have the Kohanim, these are they who will conduct the liturgy of the word, right? Almost like what we are doing right here with the liturgy of the word, the real core curriculum, the study, right? The study to shew I and ourselves approved, right? So check this. So he took, right, connect that with certain men of Israel, right? Remember, and they rose up before, or in the face openly before Moshe with who? Certain of the children of Israel. How many? 250 princes of the assembly, famous ones or elect ones in the congregation, men of renown. So these were not just, who's that? I never heard of. No, these are ones who are known to the congregation, known to the gathering. So perhaps they thought that, well, they had a name for themselves, but there's more to this. You have to recognize that Korah, right, and his associates, his company, they had succeeded in that sense in shaking confidence in Moshe's leadership. And thus, by doing so and taking opportunity and advantage, they stirred up a revolt. But this is only because certain disastrous events that had happened. So this was only after certain disastrous events had happened that had demoralized the people. So they took advantage. They took advantage, right, at this particular time. Now, what were these catastrophes and tragedies? Well, the catastrophes were, right, firstly, what took place at Tabera, where the fire burned, right, in Numbers chapter 11 and 3, and also the Kibrot HaTa'awa, right, in Numbers, same chapter 11, verse 34, and the tragedy, right, the tragedy which befell the whole generation, and that judgment because of the treacherous sin, the chat'at, right, the archery of the 10 spies, right, that brought back a false report, a dibby report, right? So this was very shrewd what happened. But keep in mind that when it names in the first verse, it says, Yikah Korah ben Yitzhar ben Kahat ben Lewi. Notice how it specifies Lewi there, the sons of Lewi. The genealogical tree of Korah seems to stop short of Yaakov, of Jacob, because on Jacob's deathbed, he had prayed that his name should not be mentioned in connection with Korah, his mutiny of Korah. He spoke these words in spirit prophetically because his prayer, right, being contained in the Debarim, the words found in the Sefer Bereshith, right, the Sefer Bereshith or Bereshith, Genesis chapter 49 and 6, what did Abinu Yaakov, what did our father Jacob say? He said, to their assembly, let not my glory be united. So like he already even saw in the spirit this right there. But there's another importance of sons of Lewi, right, that even in the commentary is not really brought out, but as you begin to chew on this, you begin to see, wait, he was already a Levite. So what was he seeking? Right? Remember, he's the ringleader, Korah. That's what the Torah portion is named Korah, right? Because of this one. Now notice what he says in verse 3, when they gather themselves together against Moshe and against Aharon. See, they were really, it's so interesting right here. They said to them, right now, notice when we talk about the ellipticals, where the italicized are, it's not really there in the Hebrew text. We don't find that like where it says, took men. The word took is there, but not men. The context that one might get out of context is thinking that, well, it was Korah, right? It was Datan, Abiram, and On that took men. No, it was Korah that had taken to himself Datan, Abiram, and On, right? And now it was him that took them, and they together rose up in the face openly, Lifnei Moshe, right? Why Yakumu, right? Why Yakumu Lifnei Moshe, with certain men of Israel numbering 250. So they had numbers and they had names, they had princes, they had elect men, ones who were famous, renowned. These are people who had a name. That's what I mean by renowned. Their name was known to the assembly, and they assembled themselves in their own company. They started their own company in the company. I know we all one assembly, but they just broke off and did their own thing, right? Even while being in the assembly, right? They assembled themselves together against Moshe and against Aharon and said to them, now when you look at the KJV, you'll see ye take in verse 3, ye take, and that's italicized. Right? So that's not really there. So if we read it as it is here, it would say, ye take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Wherefore then lift ye or y'all up yourselves above the congregation of the Lord. It's like they're acting like they're doing the Lord, they're doing God's business, and they're implying that Moshe and Aharon are not. Right, that Moshe and Aharon are not. They accuse Moses and even Aaron of assuming the leadership, right? First they accuse Moshe of assuming the leadership and of appointing his brother, Aharon, to the high priesthood to further his own ambitions. That even comes out later on where Datan and Abiram didn't want to come up to court, right? They said they would not come up. Right? They clearly said, lo, na'ale. Lo, na'ale. Na'ale. Lo. Right? And then they give a reasonment. They give that reason. When we look at the Hebrew, taking out those italics, read it again. And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron and said to them, too much upon you. Seeing all the congregation holy, and every one of them, all of them are saints, every one of them, and Jehovah among them. Wherefore then lift y'all up, you, Moshe, and you, Aharon. Not only did they accuse them, they libeled them. They said they lifted themselves up above the congregation of Yahweh. So to the already demoralized people, right? You remember these catastrophes. So it began to make it seem to the people that, you know what, maybe we wasn't the wrong one. Maybe Moshe did this to us, right? It wasn't our fault. You see? Seeing all the congregation are holy, right? Seeing ki kol ha-edah kulam kedoshim. Seeing all the congregation, the edah. It's a very interesting word, that word for a congregation, right? The H5712, the edah, or the aida. Some say aida, right? The aida, right, is the congregation or the gathering, right? But now when we get to the very root of it, it comes from the word ed, right, or ed, which means witness. I got to testify, right? How someone's like the Korach, I want to libel I, right, and I leadership, right, and I chabarim, and right. See what's going on here? Witness, testimony, evidence of things, or witness of people. So, in the sense of a person will be a witness, right? In the sense of some evidence, that evidence will be a testimony, right? This is that idea. Now, when we look at the root of that word, the word is also a prince, a recorder, is a testifier. So he's saying that the whole of Israel is holy, are saints, right? Ki kol ha-edah kulam kedoshim. But what did they say first? What was the first words that they said, right? Well, it says, why yomru, and they said, why yomru, right? Al Moshe, the Al Aharon, against Moses and against Aaron. Why yomru, aleihem, to them, Rab, or Rav. It says Rab, enough, too much, Rab. Right? They say Rab, Rab, lakem, too much for you. Literally, too much, Rab, lakem, too much for you. Too much. The English has it as ye take too much upon you, taking out the elliptical, the italics, too much upon you. So when you take out the italics, it would read actually as the Masorah and as the Hebrew would read, right? There you might have to meditate on it and say, well, too much. What was it saying? Too much. Literally, too much. Rav lakem, ki kol ha-edah kulam kedoshim, too much for you, for you all. And then see when it says you all right there, lakem, they say like shalom, lakem, right, peace for you, for whoever you are speaking to. But remember, they had rose up, right? They had rose up, they had convened. It says why yikahalu. Why yikahalu, a kahal, a congregation, assembly, the assembly, right? Which would be like the church, in that sense. That same word, the kahal, we talked about the kahal before, the church, which is the assembly. It's not the building, as much as not the mere building, right? But the faithful fulfillment. So really here is the assembly, right? So it uses the word why yikahalu, and they gathered together al Moshe al Aharon against Moses and against Aaron. Why yomru aleihem, And they said to them, Arab, lakem, too much, enough for you. Key, because call all ha'edah, all of the congregation, the witnesses, we all the testifiers, right? Kulam, all kedoshim, all of them are holy ones. Right, now that's going to set up what comes later on, right? That there gives us a good context, because Moses said that Yahweh, he will show who are his, whether the Levites, the Lewim, or the firstborn, as claimed by Datan and Abiram, and the princes. Remember, these are princes of the congregation, right? Who has been chosen for service? The question is, who is holy? In other words, when they say who is holy, not in the general sense of Israel, but it's saying the specific sense of the divine, the divine service. Who is eligible for the priesthood? And they right now are using the tragic incidences that had already happened, that had demoralized the people. They are taking set at this time and using this as an advantage, because Korah and his associates, his company, right? His company succeeded, right, in shaking confidence. Not so much that they shook the confidence alone, but the confidence was already shaken, right, in Moshe's leadership, and stirred up a revolt. But especially now, there was an opportunity, because these disastrous events that had already happened had further demoralized the people. But now in Korah's rhetoric, he flipped it around to make it seem as though it's Moses and Aharon's fault for this. So, see, this kind of connects with even what we have in the previous Torah portion where, where some of them were saying, like, let us get a captain, right, to lead us back to Egypt. And furthermore, Datan and Abiram, they basically say so right there. You haven't brought us in the good land with milk and honey, flowing milk and honey, and we just left the good land. So you see them wah about Egypt, and wah about Mitzrayim already comes out, implying that Moses is trying to kill them by Midbar, but Moses is doing this to make himself a prince over us, and they refuse to come up and to make their case, but they kind of like sent word, why they would not come up, right? Moses, he sent to call Datan Abiram, in other words, it's proper, in a court, right, to make every effort to arbitrate in a dispute. But they said that they would not come up. They said they would not submit their case to him for his decision. They already had made up their mind. They said, Lo na'aleh, no la'aleh. No, right? We're not going to come up. Appearing before a court of law is expressed in Hebrew by the term going up, or Allah, right? Allah, right? Like the aliyah, to go up.
Yes.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
They went up. Na'aleh. Yeah, Datan, Abiram. Lo na'aleh. Lo, we will not go up. So to appear before a court is the sense of going up. To read in the assembly when Yeshua in the synagogue of Nazareth, when he went up to read, to return out of like captivity, or to return out of like foreign, to return to the land, right, is to go up. So it's a very interesting word, the Allah, in the sense of aliyah. So right here, touching on this Torah reading and feeding, that was a a summary, went over it there before. Now this is a still that we had did in the previous Korah Torah portion reading and feeding. We call this one the ISUPK Rebellion Against the Conquering Line of Judah, right? And here, even at the bottom, you can see, if you can see part of the words, it's being covered by, oh, let's do this right here. Here, we can take it off right here. There we go. So you can see it right down there. Now, Korah, son of Izhar, son of Kohath, son of Levi, and Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab. They were brothers, right? Datan, Abiram, both of them the sons of Eliab. And it says, son of Eliab, and On, son of Pelet, right? These three, Datan, Abiram, and On, right? They were all of them sons of Reuben, right? They took men and rose up in the face of Moses. Now, the often translation, this is what we're trying to bring out. I don't know if it was kind of clear, just to go over it right here. Here for this 38th sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong, for Shaban Korah. So here in looking at, this pattern, as it says that all these things were written for our admonitions, as in samples or examples. So here, taking this as an example, we looked at the time of the one that they called Abba Bivens, right? And some label him as a quote high priest, right? And also Yaakov and Masha, right? As a type, according to this type of Datan and Abiram, vis-a-vis, the commandment keepers, congregation of the living God, vis-a-vis the Ethiopian Hebrew royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews. Now, I'm getting into some of the details there. Some might disagree, but we see enough points of correspondence with the scripture in principle, right? In principle, right? So we're not saying that they actually are the ones, but we're saying that the principle of what we have right here, even at the bottom down there where it says now Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, right? And Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab. So Datan, Abiram, they both were sons of one named Eliab. And On, who's the son of Pelet. So they were all Reubenites, sons of Reuben, but the difference between Datan and Abiram and On is that they had different fathers. That's why it says son of Eliab and son of Pelet. Then it says took men and rose up in the face of Moses. Now this is a little different translation from what we have. Let's go right here, and let's bring this out right here, just to kind of break down and build right here. So here, let's take it back to the first verse. This was the first verse we were seeking to unpack. Now, most usual translations that you find, most translations, they'll say now Korah, right? And then notice how it reads, now Korah. But actually in the Hebrew, you see the word Korah, and then you see the next to last word in the sentence took. In the Hebrew is Wayikah Korah. Wayikah, and he took Korah, right? So it might be a minor point to some, but when we look at the English and then we look at the Hebrew, it's possible in the English to kind of misunderstand this first verse, like now Korah. Now, the word now is not, okay, let's prove it right here. Let's put on right here, let's put on the KJV, the heavy, right? When I say the heavy, we're putting on the main blue letter words. Now, when you see the blue letter words, like in this kind of formation and other interlinear Bibles, right, here is pointing to all the words, right, or the reference points in the source text, speaking about the Masoretic and the source text that they allege to be translated from, and it's giving us all the key words. You see next to now, there's nothing next to now, right? Let's go through it right here, and then we go down to the last word. The last word is men. Right? You see men right there. There's nothing next to men. And the word men is in italics. What they should have done to be more consistent, they should have put the word now in italics too. Right? So check it out. Reading the English, it says now Korah, the son of, and then da 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 da. right? And then you get to the sons of Reuben took. But the order of the words in the Hebrew is, and Korah took, right? And Korah took, right? Wayikah Korah. So in the Hebrew, when it says Korah, it explains who he is: son of Izhar, son of Kohath, son of Levi. So basically, it reads much of the same way, except the verb took is not at the end of the verse. Because at the end of the verse, it could seem like, as we mentioned, it was Korah, Datan, Abiram, and On that all them together took. No, the Hebrew is saying that Korah took, right? Or in the order of the Hebrew, he took Korah, right? In other words, like we mentioned before, the syntax of the sentence is the verb is usually before the subject. In English, it's usually the subject is first, right? Korah is the subject, the verb, right? The action is next, right? And then the object. But in Hebrew, it's actually, or biblical Hebrew, it's mainly, right? Not always, but in the majority of structural times, it is the verb first, wa and yikah, vayikah, wa yikah, and he took Korah. So we want to break that down there because I don't know if you see it the same way or if you come across it. If you read this sentence, let's put it on light. Put it on light right here, right? If you read the sentence, right? Now Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Pelet, sons of Reuben, took. It might seem like all of them together was in the taking, right? But the verb is not wayakahu, wayakahu is wayikah, not wayikahu. If it was wayikahu, it would be like they took. So it's signifying from a proper breakdown of the Hebrew how significant Korah might be. Right. So here, let's just touch on Korah a little bit more right here in this Torah reading and feeding. And also hail up to Hebrew for Christians, some great notes there. And of course, at I website as well, we have some notes over here too. Right, this is from the Hebrew for Christians. Here's what we have at the LOJS right here with the Aliot. Is that being seen on the screen? Hold on for a moment. Got a couple of windows here going on. Okay, yeah. You're seeing it right there, right? And this is also the prophets reading 1 Samuel 11:14 to 12:22. New Testament reading Romans chapter 13, verses 1 to 7, which is a very interesting. A lot of people be commenting on Romans chapter 13. Romans chapter 13. Submit yourself to the authority, your authority, right? Well, because Korah, Datan, and Abiram, these are the ringleaders. But notice something, if you will, in this reading and feeding. Where is On? What happened to On? Can somebody tell me what happened to On? People say On. Who's On? Right? No, I'm not talking about Harpo or Oprah's thing. I'm not talking about Oprah's operation. I'm talking about this guy here, this fella right here. I'm talking about On, right? The son of Pelet. What happened to On, son of Pelet? What does that mean by that? Well, in this opening verse here in Numbers chapter 16, it names Korah, it names Datan and Abiram, these brothers, right? Then it names On, right, who's the son of Pelet. But all of these three, Datan, Abiram, and On, all of them are Reubenites, as Korah is a Levite. But then as we read through, what happened to On? We don't hear about On again. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It seems like he was there at the beginning of this. Was he a silent partner? Right? Even when the judgment comes down, Korah gets it, right? Those who were with him got it, right? Datan, Abiram, them and their families got it. You know what I mean? The 250 men, right? The 250 men, they all get it. They got their burn notice. But what happens with On? Can somebody tell me? Looking for On. On, the son of Pelet. He is mentioned. It's almost like this here is like an indictment, like where they have like an indictment, like in court, right? And somebody is suing somebody or one party against the next party, and will name like everybody in the first party. right, against everybody in the second party. So here it's like the charges are being brought by Korah, along with Korah is Datan Abiram. On is on that, you could say that accusation charge here. But then as we go through the case, when we go through the case, to go through the chapter, what happens to On? Can someone tell me what happened to On? Right? I want to point one's attention to that it mentions someone here that was involved, but then as we go through the narrative, right, we see Korah talking, Datan Abiram talking, we see Korah get his judgment, Datan Abiram, the 250 men burning the incense, they get their judgment, but then, if we go back to the beginning of the case, right here, Numbers chapter 16, verse 1, what happened to On? Right now, there's how can I say, a scholarly, some might say rabbinical, some will say according to the sages, some say that it was On's wife. The whole thing about the virtuous woman in Proverbs, right? To show that even here among the Hebrews and the Israelites, they were virtuous women, right? If you read the virtuous woman in Proverbs chapter 31, you can begin off with verse 10 or begin from the beginning, but it picks up from verse 10 all the way through. That she discouraged him, right? It's almost like the way it reads within, this is what, like when we study scripture and we ask, well, what happened to On? And we sit down, we reason on it, right? So some mine, some elders reason on it. They brought out that, well, it's obvious that he wasn't judged. We don't hear nothing more about him, which can only mean that either he just died, but then it might mention that he died. You know what I'm saying? Since he's a part of this, right? But it's obvious that he was there, no doubt, at the beginning of this conspiracy, right? But somewhere along the line, right, he basically dropped out. Remember when Moshe said, get away from the tents of these men, right? So the regular people who were not a part of the original conspiracy, many of them, enough of them, they got away, right? And no doubt On, either there he heard that word of Moshe, right, that warning, right, and he got away, right? Or it may be, as some of the sages and the scholars had reasoned on, that On, right, it says he that findeth a wife findeth a good thing, and therefore she was a good woman, and she discouraged him from that conspiracy. It's almost like in the New Covenant, it's like Pontius Pilate, right? It was said that his wife was a believer, although a foreign or Roman, but she was a believer in Messiah, right? And basically that testimony caused Pontius Pilate to do his best to wash his hands of it. So for the basic point right here on On, we don't know, but if you know what happened to On, right? If you can tell us from the scripture or from study what happened to On, please share that right there. But I think it's safe to say, even without that On was a part of it at the start of it, right? But somewhere along the line, he got out of it. You know what I mean? He got away. You know what I'm saying? So this is interesting, because also not just On got away, but the sons of the children of Korah got away, right? Which is interesting. The children, the sons, Korah had sons too. When we read the narrative, we find that Datan and Abiram, when people started to flee from their camp and get away from them, when Moses was announcing the judgment, right, that they came to the tent door. And it said that them, their wives, their sons, their children, everybody who was in their tent, right, went down. But then notice when it talks about Korah, right, it talks about Korah and all that was with them, but it does not mention his sons. See, the sons of Korah are very, very well known, especially from the Psalms. Let me look at today's daily psalm again. I think it's a Korahite psalm. Right here in the season, reason for the season. Hold on right here. Let me get some more light right here. Get more light on this. Give me one moment. We have Psalm 49. I believe it is, but since I can just check, I'm not going to just speak on it. Let me just check it out right here. Psalm 40, right, 9. Yep. We have a Sons of Korah song. This should be very interesting. So we can segue to today's daily psalm. According to the royal order, we have Psalm 49, and Psalm 49 Mizmor Min Tate Lamanatziach Libnei Korah Mizmor. To the chief musician, a psalm of the B'nai Korah, the B'nai Korah, of the sons of Korah. And you know what the psalm is themed, Chaverim? Today's daily psalm, Psalm 49, is themed Death, the Leveler. Right? This is one of the themes, Death, the Leveler. In other words, it's like how people are born. All people are born, I mean, by natural birth, generally speaking. You know, all people are born equal. I know people be like, no, that's not true. What I mean by equal, or in the equality of all being born, bringing nothing into the world but their nakedness. We all are born naked. I mean, if you got clothes and shoes and stuff like that when you was born, then please prove it and tell us more about it if you can prove it. But if you can't prove it, you keep that to yourself, because we know that all babies are born basically naked, right? They have nothing, and they also are born for dependency, right, on others before they can grow up and, you know, we can start to do for ourselves. In that sense of equality, right, or equally. Now, of course, some are born into rich families or good families or other family, you know, other situations that we are born into is not necessarily equal. But as far as the nakedness and not bringing anything into the world but our nakedness, and also being for the most part helpless, right? You know, like when somebody's born, we're not like that, even like the animals or the other animals, right? Or the lower animals, right? We're not like them in the sense of, you know, many times we hear about certain animals at certain points, they begin to fend for themselves at a certain point, you know, with very little or very less care than many of us need. You know, we need to go through years and years on average before we can, you know, properly do for ourselves. So we have a psalm. I really want to segue to the psalm now that I'm reminded that today's daily psalm, Psalm 49. Let's do this right here, just to show you to show you, right? We can tell you about it, but then we can show you about it so you can see it for yourself. So here is today's daily psalm. You see today's daily psalm, Psalm 49. According to the royal order, we have Psalm 49. To the chief musician, Lamanat Seach, right, a psalm for the sons of Korah, Li B'nai Korah Mizmor, right? Or in the Hebrew, to the chief musician, for the sons of Korah, of the sons of Korah. Li B'nai, the Lamed can be for, of, the context matters. Li B'nai Korah Mizmor. So, for the sons or of the sons of Korah, Mizmor, a song. So here you see it right here. Let's make sure it's the same Korah right here. Let's put it on the heavy. Let's bring out Korah. But wait. I thought that everything that appertaineth to the people that were the ringleaders, like Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, clearly the scripture tells us in Numbers chapter 16, right, that everything of Dathan and Abiram, and it specifies their children, their wives, and all that they had, plus all those who were with them. That's why Moses said, get away from the tents of these evil men. But then when we notice what it says for Korah, it seems to say for Korah, right? Okay, let me show you about it. So we see right here, today's daily psalm is the sons of Korah. The sons of Korah, you know, they died not, right? Let's do this right here. Let's go right here. It's this word that comes up. It's not even in the text. Appertain, right? I'll just go that part right there, right? Okay, appertain. Okay, see right here. Okay, let's do this right here. Let's put it on light so you can see it easily. Let's go again. Okay, here we go. Not Leviticus. Okay, here, this is a chapter, right? Numbers chapter 16, verse 30. Now the word appertain, you see it's italicized, it's not there, right? In the actual script, right? The Hebrew is put there to kind of help the reader kind of understand in English, right? But we chose that word because we remember that this is found in both cases, so we can use this at one time. So right here we have 1630. This is what Moses requests. That's what his prayer is, right? Let's go through it. But if Yahweh make a new thing, actually in the Hebrew is beri'ah. Beri'ah is like like from bara means like to create. He created. Borei is creator. So a beri'ah is like a creature. So bara, he created. It's like in the beginning, Bereshith, right? Bara Elohim, in the beginning, Elohim created. So a bara is he created. Borei is creator. And beri'ah, right? Beri'ah is a creature. So what Moshe is really saying right here, he asks Yahweh, he says like to make a new creature, a new creation, right? And like to create something new, right? And the earth open her mouth and swallow them up. Now people might say, well, earthquake, that ain't nothing new. There've been earthquakes from before that time. You're correct. But what you're not correct about is that earthquakes usually are the ground will just break wherever. The earthquake doesn't happen specifically, right? Just under one man's house, right? So like an earthquake under one man's house or certain people, right? You know what I mean? You know, that's something new. The earthquake sometimes just hits a whole area, you know, many people are affected. You know, it's like Psalm 49, death the leveler, right? High or low, rich or poor is affected. You know what I mean? But it's like you have three enemies and they live three separate places or in two separate places, right? And there's a lot of other people around who live around them. And then this new creature, this new creation was that the earth just opens under their houses. That is something new. That's what he's saying here, right? Open her mouth and swallow them up with all that appertain to them, and they go down quick, right? Into the pit. Now, the word quick into the pit, just to show this for example, the word quick into the pit, right? The word quick into the pit, the word quick is not like they're going to go down fast. Hold on for a moment. They're going to go down like fast. The word quick here, let's go this right here. The word quick means chai, chayim. Chai is alive. See, because I think as we went over this chapter, the word quick appears else. Oh, when Aaron is to run through into the midst of the congregation with the incense, with the aishins, he said he did it quickly. It's not the same quick. The other quick is as far as speed. This quick is Old English. Old English, you know, the quick and the dead. I don't know if you ever heard that expression, the quick and the dead, right? A quickening. A quickening is like a reviving, almost like kind of a resurrection or a revivification. You come back to life. So here it's saying that these would go down quick, to go down alive. They will go down alive, right, into the pit, right? Then shall y'all understand that these men have provoked Yahweh. So Moshe is now speaking to the crowd. He's speaking to the others in the congregation who are being swayed in this matter, right? He's praying to Yahweh to do this in order to justify, right, him as the servant that was sent and appointed, right, as his brother Aaron was anointed, and they have not just chosen this upon themselves as the accusation, right? The accusation set, right? Let's put it back here to light again, right? Go from light to heavy. Now we see the next verse, right? Right? We can see in the next verse, it says, and the earth opened up her mouth, verse 32, 1632, and swallow them up and their houses. You see what it says? And all the men. You notice it says all the men that appertaineth to Korah, or all the men who were for Korah or of Korah, and all goods and all the goods, all like their property, everything that they had. Notice that, right? You see that right there? It says all the men. Let's go on. In verse 33, it says they and all that appertaineth to them went down alive. See, they could have translated as quick. Like in the other verse that we just went to about quick, they could have translated as alive. I'm just trying to have you see that the word quick is not talking about the speed, right? It's talking about that they were alive. It's Old English, right? Into the pit. Here they give us the plain meaning. They went down alive into the pit, right? So that means they took the same phrase in Hebrew and chose over here to translate it as went down quick into the pit. Over here, a couple of verses later, as alive into the pit, right? So ones might argue that this is two different things, but that would be a foolish argument when we look at the source code. So both of them accurately will be alive, right, into the pit. And the earth closed upon them, and they perish, right, from among the congregation, right? Let's see right here. Where's Datan and Abiram, right? I thought it said for Datan and Abiram. Let's jump down into the text, right? Where's Datan and Abiram, right? Scroll up here, Datan and Abiram. Okay, Datan and Abiram. I don't see it over here. Give me one moment. One moment right here. Datan and Abiram. Right? Okay. Datan and Abiram. Where is that? Hold on for a moment. Datan. Let's do this right here. Datan. Is it Dathan? Dathan. Right? And let's say sons. Right? Sons. Right here. Let's see. Verse 16. Okay. Right here. Do the strobe against. Right here. Okay, it was verse 27. Verse 27. My bad. Verse 27. Verse 27. So here, notice in verse 27 of Numbers chapter 16, verse 27. So they got up from the tabernacle of Korah, Datan, and Abiram when Moshe warned them, right? On every side. And Datan and Abiram came out, right? And stood in the door of their tents. Notice it says their wives, the scribes, right? Their sons and their little children. So we can assume their sons, they're like big sons, and the small children that was with them, right? And so here we go through this, and yeah, that Moses, he's making this announcement, right, before the judgment that he's requested Yahweh perform, right? And we scroll down, and here's where we connected. We began off at verse 30, right there, right? And it came to pass as after he spoke. Then it mentions here Korah, but you notice with Korah, it just says all the men, right, that are pertaineth to Korah. It doesn't mention his sons, right? And the reason being is because concerning Korah, right? Korah, let's do this right here. Korah, and let's put children, right? Korah, children, right? And died, right? What does it say here? It says in Numbers 26:11, notwithstanding, the children of Korah died not. But specifically, when we look at this and we study it, it's not children generally, it's specifically Ben or B'nai, the B'nai Korah. Remember, today's daily psalm is a psalm, Li B'nai Korah, for the sons of Korah, or of the sons of Korah, right? So notice it right here, and the earth opened her mouth, swallowed them up, and this is like a recount in chapter 26 of like 10 chapters later. We get a summary, but it specifies not there in in Numbers chapter 16 that we just read. In Numbers chapter 16, it doesn't say that the sons of Korah didn't die there, but in the recap in Numbers chapter 26, right, it basically states here, notwithstanding the children or the sons of Korah, the B'nai Korah, they died not, right? So I just want to point that out right there as well. These are like points. So we have On disappears, right, from the how can we say he disappears, right? You know, we don't see him in being judged, him or his family. So that means he must have backed out of that conspiracy. And the children of Korah, we know that the children of Datan and Abiram, they went down with their rebellious fathers, but the sons of Korah did not die with their rebellious father, which tells us something else. It tells us exactly what the 10 words called the 10 Commandments says. You know what I mean? That he will visit the iniquity of the fathers upon the sons, right? The children, and children's children to the third and fourth generation of all those that hate him, right? Right? But he would have that love, you know what I mean? You know, and that mercy, right? That mercy for thousands generations that love him and keep his commandments. So it's obvious that the children were not what their fathers are. So I know many of the other Israelites, they'll be like, you are what your father is. Not so with the children of Korah. Can't say so about the sons of Korah. I mean, this is a major point here to show that, some things we should not make doctrine. If it applies in the case or here or there, yes, right, it applies there, but it's not doctrine, right? So, to the whole point of you are what your father is, Numbers actually disproves that, right? Numbers actually disproves that, and one of the major cases that's disproven that you are not what your father. Not necessarily. If your father is a ratchet man, a wicked man like Korah was, he was defiant. It don't mean he had horns on his head, but he was defiant, and that defiance was wickedness. Look what it led to. Right? Look at all those who died over this foolishness, this rebellion, and everything. But notice who didn't die. The sons of Korah. Where were the sons of Korah? Right? Wasn't they in the camp? They obviously was in the camp. And notice that's only in the recap in Numbers chapter 26 that we find that the sons of Korah, the children of Korah, that they died not. What does that tell us? That tells us that when Moses said, get away from these wicked men, right? The sons of Korah, they looked around and they said, we are what our father is. No, they didn't say that. No, they could not say that. If they said that, then we won't be reading this here, right? So a question for the Chaverim, the brothers and sisters. Why do you think the sons of Korah didn't die, right? And why wasn't they right there? We standing with our daddy, right? Because they had recognized enough from knowing Torah, right, that their daddy, their father was wrong. So we have Korah, right? And Korah means bald head, right? It means bald, actually, right? Bald. As we mentioned before, when we get into Korah, the etymology of the Hebrew etymology of Korah, it means bald, not necessarily in a literal bald head sense, but it has to do with cold and ice. And so when you scroll down here, you'll find references like this. Now, right here, let's see if we can do this right here. Let's see, hold on for a moment. I'm trying to highlight it. There we go, right there, ice. You see the ice right there. Now, notice this name Korah, right? We have Korah as the name of 2 Edomites and 3 Israelites. That's interesting. Ain't that interesting right there? That means that just because they have the same name, right, that does not mean that Korah was an Edomite. Now, in a sense, Korah was kind of acting like an Edomite, in this sense, being defiant against the will of Yahweh. But we have other Israelites who are named Korah, and besides, we have the sons of Korah, and the sons of Korah were righteous. They were righteous because they made the right choice, right? Recognizing that their father was wicked, right? They got away from him, and they got away from the judgment, right? And thus that's a kind of a outworking of the 10 words of the commandment that's called falsely the 10 commandments, because it's all one command. Actually, the 10 commandments, if you read in the Hebrew, it's one commandment. It's 10 words. Yes, it's 10 as in 10 words, but it's not 10 commandments. It's one command. The 10 words are words of the command. That's why James says, if you break one, you break all, right? In James' epistle. So we have the Korah summary, right? We have the warning of Korah, right? What's the warning that we can get from Korah, right? Let's bring up his name again. Korah, right? Korah, right? What's the name? What's the meaning of the name? As I mentioned before, it does not mean literal baldness. So like we have the tune BMW, Bob Marley and the Wailers, and then we have some of the modern versions, amongst the different artists, on the crazy bald head tune, which we also utilize right here as a kind of a maqam, right? A maqam, a standing tune here that brings out the essence of this Torah reading and feeding. It does not mean literally bald head. It means unproductive. Another way of translating the literal sense. So we have the literal bald head and the literal bald, but in the figurative sense, it's unproductive, because the actual meaning of Korah is bald in the sense of winter. Winter. You know how winter, when summer comes, when the heat comes and summer comes and the sun comes, right? Everything grows, right? The field have, like the trees have hair, so to speak. You know what I mean? The fields have hair. It has like leaves. It have growth. It have buds. All of that. But when winter comes, winter, causes it to be bald. In fact, when you look at trees in the summertime, the trees have leaves. They got a lot of hair, so to speak, right? But in the wintertime, when winter comes, what happens? The leaves fall, the trees become barren. That's the sense. That's the Hebraic sense of Korah. And that's the sense we mean when we say them crazy bald head. Not that they have locks and they don't have locks, not per se, right? Because actually the first Rastafari, both in Ethiopia and in the Americas and Caribbean, they were not locksmen. They were not beardsmen. But that's a whole related matter. But here, in speaking about the warning of Korah, right? What's the warning we can get from the Korah, from this demonstration? What about the madness of Korah, right? The madness of Korah. Another interesting theme is the descent into hell. There's a descent into hell. See, when it says that he went down into the earth, you might have heard of the Hebrew Sheol. Sheol, for lack of a better, fuller description, is likened to what the Greeks would call Hades, in a sense, or what the ancient Egyptians would call the Duat, the underworld. Like what happens after you die, you go to like a underworld. Yeshua, our rabbi, the Rabbi Yeshua HaNotri, he speaks about it in some call it the parable, when he taught about the rich man and Lazarus. You remember rich man that wore purple, like IUIC? Yeah, they like to wear purple. I said, wow, they must have been, he must have been part of IUIC. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, the rich man who wore purple, and he ate well, he lived well because he was a rich man. And then there was a poor man outside his gates, Lazarus. They both died in the same night, the master tells us, right? And they both went to Sheol, right? And Sheol was conceived of the place where ones go, or the souls go in the afterlife. Now, often it's connected with this Torah reading and feeding about Korah, right? And the earth opening up and swallowing them up. And that's why in the text it emphasized they went down quick, to say they went down alive. So there was a conception that these ones, went down alive into hell. Now we would say from, nowadays view, well, they went down to earth. Yeah, they were alive when the earth opened up, but then they died. But there was a conception that these ones are still in the underworld, right? They're still in the underworld, the Sheol, the same place that Yeshua spoke about with the rich man, right? In the bad part of Sheol, right? And with Lazarus in the good district, or in what's known as the bosom of Abraham neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So just to point that out, the whole going down into the pit and how the pit is connected with Sheol. In fact, let's just do this right here, right? And he went down alive. That's right here. Alive. Let's see right here. Let's just do this right here. Just a curiosity. I think it's Shachah, right? Excuse me. It's Shachah, right? For the word for pit, but just to make sure, right? Right? Oh, wow. Excuse me. My bad, right? Right here. But I'm happy that it's this, because this now proves the point that we were seeking to make. We were just wanting to be sure. Sometimes the word pit is a literal pit, right? Sometimes the word pit is the literal pit. This is 1633, right? Let's come out of that. Let's scroll over here, right? Let's scroll up here. Let's see down here, alive into the pit. They went down. Oh, it's what Moses was saying. Here we go. They go down alive. Okay, so Moses prayed not for them to go into a pit, but for them to go into Sheol. Now remember, they came out of Egypt. Moses was learning all the wisdom of the Egypts, and he was mighty in word and in deed. We learned that in the Brit Chadasha, right? Now remember, they came out of Egypt. This place you see here on the screen, Sheol, Sheol, Sheol. It's an interesting word, but Sheol, right, means, or is said to refer to the underworld, right, or the place after death, right? Now, often in mistranslation, it's translated in some place as grave. There's a distinct word in Hebrew for grave, the kever. The kever is a word. Then some translate it as Sheol, and if we're speaking about the place of fire, right, that's the Gehinnom. Gain was the garden of Hinnom. Hinnom was a man's name. Basically, what happened was that in ancient times, there was a place outside of Jerusalem, right, where people used to worship other gods, right? and they used to sacrifice their children to fire. Later on, that place was converted to a garbage place, a garbage pit. So the garbage from Jerusalem was taken to the place called Gay, right? That means valley, and Hinnom of Hinnom. Hinnom was the man's name. Gay Hinnom. This is where we get Gehenna, Gehenna. This is where we get Jahannam of the Mohammedan cut and paste tradition. They have Jahannam. But basically, that's what the place of fire is. So when we hear about hell, hellfire, from the Hebrew and Jewish or Judaic of the time of Moshiach, it wasn't what Christians and Christianity and Catholicism and other religious speculation would assume. Basically, it was a kind of a word allegory and play that just as you throw garbage in the incinerator, the wicked will be thrown in the incinerator and burned. That's the basic sense of it. Because for Yeshua and other Yehudi who understood the word in its proper context, the place they call hell was actually the place that Judeans and Judahites would burn their garbage. It was taken to the valley of Hinnom, known as Gehinnom, right? And later in the Greek as Gehenna, right? And then people in other traditions and cultures and Christianity bring in other ideas, right? But this place here was said to be the abode of the dead, right? The abode of the dead. It's almost like when people say that hell, no doubt, could be a place in the afterlife, right? But also, if hell, based on this description, sometimes in life people go through hell. You get what I'm saying? So not to dismiss that there is hell there, but also there is a type of hell or hell experience here. So this Sheol is an interesting place right here. You see where it says the wicked will be sent there for punishment, and the righteous, well, actually the wicked and the righteous go there, right? The truth of the matter of Sheol is that the wicked and the righteous, when Yeshua was crucified in the Gospel of Nicodemus, check out the Gospel of Nicodemus. You can find a good translation, basic but good translation, in the lost books of the Bible and the forgotten books of Eden. Again, you can find a good translation of that in early books that like the true and the faithful read, because there's some books that they kind of deny people reading. But when it talks about Yeshua after the crucifixion, the death and the burial, the putting of him in the tomb, that his soul was said to have gone down into Sheol, right, to deliver the righteous, right, that had faith in Messiah, like from the Old Testament times. We get a little bit of that even inferred within the Gospels as well. This is the same place. So don't think that it was just a place where the wicked were sent. Yes, the wicked were sent there, but also the righteous were sent there, but the righteous would not be abandoned. There's a psalm that says, it's Psalm 16. One of the psalms says that you will not abandon my soul in hell, or you will not abandon my soul in Sheol, right? This is the place, right? It was a place like of exile, so to speak, until the coming of Messiah, as some would, according to some beliefs. But this is this place, the world of the dead, right? Including the accessories and the inmates. The best example of this for us in the New Covenant sense is what Yeshua says about Lazarus and the rich man, where they went. Remember when the rich man was like, send Lazarus, let him dip his finger in some cold water and come and bring it to me because I'm so thirsty where I'm at. And then Abraham is seen there conversing, with, and on behalf of Lazarus with the rich man. So that place where we see both the Lazarus, the poor man, right, that was righteous for all intents and purposes, and the rich man ending up in the same place. That's what this is talking about. So what I'm trying to share with you is that place we read about in the New Testament, according to the script, what Moshe is invoking to be the judgment on these rebels is that they go down not just into any old pit, but that they go down into Sheol, that they go down into the underworld. So if you study ancient Egypt and you read some of the books of Gates and stuff like that, it basically talks about their ideas of what possibly will be the punishments as well as the rewards for the respective wicked and the righteous. And it's interesting what Messiah tells us. So, what about the descent into hell, the descent into Sheol? What's interesting about this word here, brothers and sisters, right? This word here is that the word Sheol comes from the word Sha'al. Sha'al and Sha'el. Sha'al and Sha'el. What is Sha'al and Sha'el? Right? Sha'al and Sha'el mean to ask. This is what's really interesting about this word. So this place Sheol, right, almost has the idea of it's that place that you ask for. So if you live a wicked life, right, then Sheol, right, the after death so-called experience, right, would be like the rich man, right? It'll be a bad neighborhood. So you may live in a good neighborhood, have good things in this life, but it won't be so in Sheol. And vis-a-vis for the righteous, they would be, as Messiah says, like the bosom of Abraham. You know what I mean? You know, like Abraham is said to say to the rich man in the life, the previous life, you had all the best things, right? And now this is what you asked for, right? You know what I mean? In Sheol. And now the righteous man, right, or the Lazarus, right, he had all the bad things in the life, right? Now, even in Sheol, he will have the good things. And even if I wanted to help you, wicked man, in your situation and bring you, a finger dipped in cold water, there's a big gap. There's the gap. Can't get over this gap. But what's interesting about that is that both ones, in spite of the gap, according to Messiah's, words between the rich man and Lazarus, they could see and communicate. I was thinking, not being funny, if one may dare speak this way, it's like in Messiah's parable about the rich man and Lazarus, it's like they were FaceTiming each other. You know what I'm saying? They were FaceTiming each other, and Witchcom said, I could send you a Cash App or something, but you know what? The Cash App can't go over the gap. The Cash App or the Water App. I can send you a Water App, but it can't traverse the gap. In other words, this is what you ask for. So the link of the word Sheol, the underworld, right, or the place, the hell-like experience place. So notice, for the righteous, right, it's a place where they will not be abandoned, right? For the wicked, it'll be a place where they would receive of their punishment. Now, not to go further into that, but among the Greeks, it was called Hades. Among the Egyptians, it was called the Duat, right? But here's the funny thing about it. They call it the underworld because some people imagine, because they put the body in the ground, that the person was going underworld. But in the ancient Egyptian, the Duat was actually not so much underground, but it actually was an invisible place in the sky. You know what I'm saying? So some say that the Roman Catholics and others derived from this Hebrew idea of a kind of a purgatory. But anyway, I'm going to pause on that right there because I just want to bring out some of the main kind of talking points in this Torah reading and feeding. So we have the descent into Sheol, right, or the descent into hell. But what about the projection of Korah? The projection of Korah, right? Like psychologically, where you're doing something, but you make the other person believe, you try to put them in the perception, matrix of it's actually them doing it. That's what Korah is doing, right? He is doing something, but what he is accusing of the other of doing, he is actually doing when we read over. Then we also have the message of Jude, right? There's the message of Jude, right? The gospel, the epistle of Jude, that one letter message there of Judah, right? Courage and humility, right? The courage and humility. Notice the courage that Moshe has here in this Torah reading and feeding, as well as Aaron, and also the humility. What we learn also in this Torah portion, right? This testing in the wilderness, the wilderness. So here the wilderness for the Israelites become a wilderness, the wilderness. We see the marks of false teachers, right? Of false teachers. Even in much that they were saying to bolster their case, he said that all the people are holy, every one of them. You know, it was like a kind of a feel good. And, you know, it's about feel good, you know, Christianity. It's a kind of a feel good kind of a thing. You know, the marks of false teachers, right? The principles here in this Torah reading and feeding about faith and trust, right? These principles, right? It's interesting in Hebrew, the word faith and trust in a certain sense and truth is like one and the same. It's like almost like two sides of a coin, right? Like one you would have faith in a proper sense, is one who you would trust. And one who you would trust, right, is about the truth. You know what I'm saying? You see that connection there. We also have the theme of Aaron's rod, right? How we get a settlement of this whole situation, right, with Adam, with Aaron's rod. You know what I mean? It's like after everything is said and done, we move on to the next chapter, and then Yahuwah says, all right, here's what we do. So that this kind of complaining, this vying for power, right? You know, notice in the previous Torah portion, the rebellion was among the military. It was among the men of war. In this Torah portion, the rebellion was among the church, the clergy. You could say it was among those in the holy place. You know, so we look at Israel in this covenant, right? This covenant they had come to at Mount Sinai. This covenant, distinguished from the covenant of Abraham, this covenant was a covenant of them becoming a nation. You talk about the birth, the Exodus was the birth of a nation, right? So they become in the wilderness as a nation, right? Sovereignty of the priesthood, a kingdom of the priesthood, and a holy nation. And in Numbers, we see the ordering of the warriors, you know, that's like the military aspect of the nation. And then we see the ordering of the holy place, right? And the priesthood and the Levites, those who would be the servants, we could say like the church. So the themes of church and state can even be gleaned right here in this Torah reading and feeding. Now, there's a theme of the breath of God, just a couple of highlight points. The breath of God, right? Now, a little bit on this Torah portion right here, just before we move on with the psalm, because we want to just kind of give you a little more of an overview right here, right? So here, let's just use this right here because this is our, you know, we use our bivens, as they call them, for a placeholder, right? Because something swerved from the commandment keepers of the 20s and 30s, right, to what occurred in 70 AD, right? For better or for worse, right? Last week's Torah reading and feeding was Shalach Lekah. There was a tragedy, right? It spoke about the sin, right? The sin of the 10 spies, right? And then there was a divine judgment, a decree that the generation of the Israelites that were rescued or that came out of Egypt, that came out of Mitzrayim, were sentenced to die while in exile in the wilderness in the Midbar. So the long and short, the moral here is that those who he brought out, he didn't bring in. Those who he brought out, he did not bring in. Now, in this Torah reading and feeding is Korah. Now, here we get the hard truth. It's like, you know, the reality is beginning to settle in of what their situation and their condition really is. It begins to sink in. The people bemoan their fate, right? And they rebel further by attempting to overthrow, right, Yahweh's his designated, appointed, right, leadership, right, in Moses, and his anointed leadership, right, in Aharon, and to return to Mitzrayim, right, to return to Kemet, to return to Egypt. Now, this rebellion was instigated, check this out, and organized, check this out, by Moses's cousin. Did you know that Korah was Moses's cousin? It's his cousin, to show this is a family affair, right? Who, along with a band of co-conspirators, were swiftly, quickly, and decisively judged and put to death. And this is what justified, ratified, or we could say vindicated, right, the Aaronic priesthood and Moses's leadership, right? Aaron's anointed priesthood, right? And Moses appointed leadership of Israel. Now, what's interesting is that Korah was the cousin of Moses. Korah was Moses' cousin. It didn't tell us overtly, but when you start to put together the reading, the Torah reading, the son of, son of, son of, son of, and start to see like a family tree, you begin to recognize, wow, they were cousins, right? And he was a well-respected Kohathite, right? He was well-respected. He was big among the Kohathites, one of the three, we could say, clans of the Levites. The Levites could be divided into three clans. And the Kohathites, they were the ones who had the honor to carry the holy things, even the Ark of the Covenant. They were honored as one of the carriers of the Holy Ark. Think about that. Think about that. So the Levites, they all had their duty when the camp broke camp, and they would carry different parts of the tabernacle and the court. But it was for the Kohathites to carry the Holy Ark, the Ark of the Covenant. Kohathite, he was a wealthy man of influence. He was a Nasi. He was a prince of the people, right? And see the word Nasi, we touched on it in the previous Torah portion, reading and feeding. He was someone lifted up. Nasi from Nasa means to lift up. He was a lifted up one, right, of the people, right? Not a king, but it's almost like like a chieftain. You know what I mean? He was well esteemed in the eyes of the people. Now, despite all this privilege, he had privilege, right? Korah had privilege, right? Korah, he must have, based on what we have here, he rationalized that he should be the head, right? He should be the head, the Rosh, the Ras, the head of the Kohathite clan instead of his cousin. Who was Korah's cousin? Right? It was El Zafan, right? El Zafan. We have him as well, El Zafan, right? Why? Because Korah was, right? He was the firstborn. He was the firstborn too. He was the firstborn of Kohath's second son, whereas El Zafan was not even a firstborn son, right? Indeed, because he felt slighted, right? Korah felt slighted by Moshe's choice, right? He's thinking that, well, the order, right, that actually Yahweh, right, instructed Moses to do, he thought that this was like Moses' own choice, because he's like, wait, I'm a firstborn of Kohath's second son. But Elzaphan, right, who is the head, he was not even a firstborn son, right? So this slight, right? Slighted by Moses, what he perceived to be Moshe's choice, right? Korah went even further and brazenly questioned whether the office of the high priest, the anointed high priest, should not have been given to him rather than to Aharon, right? So it's very serious what we have going on here. Now, all the information I just gave you right there, all that information, right, is basically in the text. When we start to chew, we start to chew the text, all that information is there, right? Just to give you a little example right here of what we're saying. Let's bring this up. Give thanks for Hebrew for Christians. Let's clear this screen right here. There we go right there. You see right here, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, right? We go to Levi, right? Then from Levi, right, or Levi, we go to Kohath, right? Kohath, right there. You see how the family breaks down, right? There were three sons, Kohath, Gershon, Merari, right? So we have these among the Levites. There are three clans, right? So among the Levites, there are three clans. See, when you start to understand this information, and then you go back over it, so you see the relationship, it becomes clear, like, oh, okay, yeah. I can see what's going on. Then after you can see what's going on there, you can see how this pattern a lot of times repeats itself within the experience, of especially of Israelite people, right? Right? That's why we spoke about the Bivens thing, right? You know what I mean? Ain't nothing new under the sun. So then we see the further breakdown, right? The further breakdown right here, right? So notice that who was the clan leader? You see at the bottom right here, right? So we have Aaron, the priesthood, right? Remember that Yahweh says he sent to bring Israel out. He sent a trinity. He sent the three of them, Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, right? Then we go over here, we see Korah, right? Korah, this is where Korah was, right? Right? And then we see over here, El Zafan, right? El Zafan, right? He becomes the leader over there, so they're vying. There's this whole vying for leadership, and they question, well, why is it the way it is? Well, one of the reasons it is the way it is, of course, it points back to Moses. You know what I'm saying? So Korah's, my co-conspirators, they were two brothers. You know that, Datan and Abiram, right? They were from the tribe of Reuben. Now, Reuben was Israel's firstborn son. So we're seeing a pattern here, right? Right? About one's arguing over that firstbornship, right? Together, they put together a force of 250 men to confront Moshe, to fly up in the face of Moses, to get in his face, and to challenge his exclusive claim to leadership. Saying like, you're going too far, you take too much on you, for all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and Yahweh, he's amongst them. So why do y'all exalt yourselves above the assembly of Yahweh? Now, of course, we know what happens in response to the challenge, right? What Moses proposes, right? What Moses proposes, that Korah and his followers, that they bring fire pans to offer incense at the tabernacle, and how in doing this will determine whether they were indeed chosen to serve as priests. So we see an intrusion into the priesthood, right? Intrusion to the priesthood. So it's kind of interesting, on that particular level, but we'd like to just pick up because there's more to be unpacked in the rebellion. We can kind of go through it, right here. But we do have a psalm, today's daily psalm. It's an interesting psalm, and there's a connectivity with the daily psalm right here in the fact that it's a psalm of the sons of Korah, right? So we have a psalm of the sons of Korah. Another interesting fact, right, of today's daily psalm, Psalm 49, right, is that it has as its theme. Its theme is interesting, right? Because ultimately, what was the penalty on, we could say, the rebels, right? The penalty on the rebels was death. You know what I mean? The penalty on the rebels was death. And Psalm 49, one of the psalms of the sons of Korah, right? Because we already know that the sons of Korah, they was not like their fathers, right? Like their father, like Korah, right? Because if they were, they would not have survived. They would have, also been deaded on, as the extended and family relations that stuck with their family relation. What we see right here is even a sign of sometimes that we have to maybe step apart, right, from even family relations. And it brings us to a very important point about the new covenant, the New Testament. When Yeshua said, if you love mother, father, sister, brother, and those family relations, ... more than me, you are not worthy of me, right? So we see through the sons of Korah how they stepped apart. You know what I mean? How they stood apart. And then how they even have mentioned, even going forward in the time of David, right, from that virtue or that value, of deciding for Yahweh above flesh and blood. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's also a very interesting theme, a theme that we can reason on or even unpack as we move forward. But right here on the screen, Chavarim, right here on the screen, Chavarim, we have okay, let's see what we got here. We have Psalm 49. Let's bring up the basic a cappella with some of the Hebrew highlights of Psalm 49. Once again, its theme is death the leveler, right? Death the leveler, right? Here.
Psalm 49.
מזמור מ"ט למנצח לבני קורח לבני קורח.
Hear this, all ye people.
שמעו זאת כל העמים, כל העמים, כל העמים, כל העמים.
Give ear, all ye inhabitants of the world, of the world, of the world, of the world, of the world.
האזינו כל יושבי חלד, וחלד, וחלד.
Both low and high.
גם בני אדם, גם בני איש, בני איש, בני איש, בני איש, בני איש.
Rich and poor together, together.
יחד עשיר ואביון, 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 ואביון.
My mouth shall speak of wisdom, and the meditation of my heart shall be of understanding. I will incline mine ear to a parable. I will open my dark saying upon the harp. Wherefore should I fear in the days of evil, when the iniquity of my heels shall compass me about? They that trust in their wealth and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches, none of them can by any means redeem his brother, nor give to God a ransom for him, for the redemption of their soul is precious, and it ceaseth forever, that he should still live forever, and not see corruption. For he seeth that wise men die. Likewise the fool and the brutish person perish, and leave their wealth to others. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever, and their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. Nevertheless, man being in honor abideth not. He is like the beasts that perish. This their way is their folly, yet their posterity approve their sayings. Selah. Like sheep they are laid in the grave. Death shall feed on them, and the upright shall have dominion over them in the morning, and their beauty shall consume in the grave from their dwelling. But God will redeem my soul from the power of the grave, for he shall receive me. Selah. Be not thou afraid when one is made rich, when the glory of his house is increased. For when he dieth, he shall carry nothing away. His glory shall not descend after him. Though while he lived he blessed his soul, and men will praise thee when thou doest well to thyself. He shall go to the generation of his fathers. They shall never see light. Man that is in honor and understandeth not is like the beasts, like the beasts, like the beasts that perish, 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 that perish.
Wow, wow. Yes, 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 yes. Give thanks, give thanks. Psalm 49 right there. There's a point right here. You know, we just kind of like, you know, more just according to what we hear, you know, the small, still voice, and let's go with that. But then we notice as we keep going forward, like right here, by listening, you know, to the psalm right here and what we've been saying before about Korah, right? And here we have a psalm, right? La menatzeyach li b'nei Korah, livnei Korah mizmor. To the chief musician, a psalm of or for the sons of Korah, right? The theme here, death, the leveler. Now, part of this theme here is connected with the end part, right, of Psalm 48, just to make that kind of connection. We touched on Psalm 48 a couple of weeks ago, right? We went into that, like the last part of the psalm. I think the KJV says he will be our guide even to death, right? And then we kind of bun that, right, from the ancient translations, that is not the context of it. The Royal Amharic, the Ge'ez, you know, various, the Hebrew. Even before us, we have as the last verse of Psalm 48, right? Psalm 48, let's go over here, Psalm 48. Also, it's one of the psalms of the sons of Korah, right? The deliverance of Zion. When we get to verse in KJV, it'll be verse 14. For such is God, our God, forever and ever. The Hebrew here translation is he will guide us eternally. Eternally. I noticed a difference in that last verse from the King James Version, actually by studying the the Metzaf Kedus, right? The authorized, revised, authorized 1961 translation of the Royal Amharic Bible, what we call the Book of the Seven Seals, Revelation 5:5, His Imperial Majesty's Bible, right? That verse there also reads likewise with the Hebrew that He will be our guide like forever, right? He'll be our guide forever. So the part about death that you have in the King James Version, right there in Psalm 48 and 14, KJV wise, is called into question. Now, we already went into the reasoning. We'd love to go over it again, but it's in the previous. So look for our previous, on some of the podcasts. So now we have the Psalm. It's Psalm 48 when we address Psalm 48. Also, Psalm 48 is the evening psalm, but it was when we had, I think, Psalm 48 as a daily psalm when it's the full there. And we showed how that there's a connection for that at the end. If we read it as al-mut, upon death, then that would really connect with this psalm here, Psalm 49, the next psalm, right? So sometimes the titles, it said, are at the end of the psalm. Often we have it at the beginning. Like here, the beginning title of today's daily psalm is to the chief musician, La Menatzeah, right? Livnei Korah, of the sons, for the sons of Korah, Mizmor. Now, this psalm right here, Death the Leveler, right? And listening to the verses of it, I couldn't help but call to mind, okay, it's a psalm of the sons of Korah. This Torah portion right here is Korah, right? And everything of Datan, Abiram, and all the rebels died, right? But the sons of Korah did not die, right? So they must have not died because they separated from their father. And therefore, what some say you are what your father is not true in this instance, right? Because their father was ratchet, he was a rebel, right? They separated and they lived, right? And their father died. You know what I'm saying? So just to look at that contrast there, and then as we was mentioning, we came across the whole Sheol when it said Moses prayed that a new thing happened and these men will go down quick to say alive, into Sheol. Now the whole place we talk about Sheol, that Sheol was conceived by the Yehudi, by the Jews and the ancient Israelites and Hebrews as a place that the departed souls go, both the righteous and the wicked. For the righteous, it'll be a place of punishment. I mean, for the wicked, it'll be a place of punishment. Slika. For the wicked, it'll be a place of punishment. But for the righteous, right, it will be a place that Yahweh will not abandon, right? Abandon, right? Now, notice today's daily psalm, it has the same sort of language here, right? It has the same sort of language here, right? Not to abandon them, right? Not to abandon my soul, right? And it's speaking to the same theme right here. Forget the verse right here. I'm just looking at this quickly right here. But before we even get into this psalm right here, since this is the Korah Torah portion, right, we are going to seek to kind of bring more out to connect it both with the sons of Korah, because these are the descendants of Korah. And notice how they are named. They are named throughout the scriptures and even in the Psalms, the superscription of the Psalms, as sons of Korah. But then anybody who knows, they'll know that Korah, right, was was wicked. You know what I mean? Was criminal, was wrong, right? So why are they attaching themselves? So it's almost like the sons, in a sense, if there's any goodness in the name, they help to redeem whatever goodness is in the name. So I want to go right here for one moment. Wow, this is Luke chapter 16, right? Luke chapter 16. Remember, this Torah reading and feeding for Korah is Numbers chapter 16. So here, let's go right here, right? And let us share this right here, right? Verse 19. Now, this is linked with the Sheol, right? Sheol. So remind me, Chaverim, this should be on like what and where is Sheol, right? What is called Hebrew hell. Right? This is called Hebrew hell or Hebrew Hades. more be Hebrew Hades than hell, right? As we start to break down these different words and terms that often get kind of like all put in like a gumbo or a callaloo pot and stirred up. But we need to see these separately, right? Because they do operate separately. So when Moshe prays, right, when he invokes and warns the people, right, that Yahweh make a distinction between him and them and show, right, that he is the one that Yahweh has sent, he prays that the rebels might go down alive, not just into the pit. The KJV says pit. Earlier on, those who just might come in right now, you got to rewind a little earlier on, maybe later on, and check out the earlier part where we seek to bring out that the word pit there is not like shahat. Like there's shahat, which is like a pit, right? But this is Sheol. And we also linked that the word Sheol, right, is linked to the idea of Sha'al. Sha'al mean ask. And you know, remember before, like when we were children and we get in trouble and we might have to get, from the older generation, we may have to get so-called beat or punished, corporal punishment, right? And some parents will say, well, that's what you get, right? That's what you ask for. You ask for it. Remember that? When we get punished and they'll be like, you asked for it. You asked for it, right? And it's interesting that the place Sheol, which Yeshua here in the New Covenant, the Besorah, the Brit Hadasha, here in Luke's Gospel, chapter 16, he really brings out this sense of, you know, what the Hebrew and Judaic understanding, right, and the true context as Yeshua, right, you know, our rabbi, the rabbi of rabbis, our Lord and Savior, as he's the true and faithful witness, we're taking his witness right here into account as we studying the Torah concerning Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, who the earth swallowed them all up, with the exception of the sons of Korah. Right? You are not what your father is. If they were, they would be like the children of Dathan and Abiram. But right here, Luke chapter 16, verse 19, it says, there was a certain rich man, which was clothed in purple and fine linen, and fared sumptuously every day. Now, this rich man, no doubt, was an Israelite, right? Or Judahite, right? Therefore, an Israelite. So when I say, like, isn't it interesting? IUIC, the purple lights, that purple, and this guy here. I wonder what they say about this guy here. Not saying that they are this guy, but I just find it ironic. Ironic. Okay. There was a certain rich man, right, who was clothed in purple and fine linen, and he fared sumptuously. That means he ate well, right? He ate well every day. You know what I'm saying? He ate well every day, you know? And there was a certain beggar, right, named Lazarus, right? Named Lazarus. Now, Lazarus is the Greek form of Eliezer. We have in the Hebrew, we have Eliezer. Lazar, Eliezer, right? Like God is my help. So we have the Greek version of the Hebrew, Lazarus, who was laid at his gate, full of sores, right? Verse 21. And he was seeking, he was hoping, he was desiring to be fed with the crumbs, right? He wasn't asking to sit at the rich man's table. I mean, look at him, you know what I mean? But he was, what he desired? He desired the least, to be fed with the crumbs that fell from the rich man's table. Moreover, in addition to that, the dogs, they came and licked his sores. Now, it's often not brought out, but whose dogs were they? The point? Yeah, whose dogs were they? Right? Were they the rich man's dogs? Right? It's almost like conceiving of it in a sense that it could have been the rich man's dogs, to imply that even the rich man's dogs cared more, you know what I mean, for Eliezer, right, or aka Lazarus, right, than the rich man, right? Okay, let's go on, right? Verse 22. And it came to pass that the beggar died, right, and was carried by angels, by messengers, into Abraham's bosom. The rich man also died and was buried. You notice the language here, the difference right here? It came to pass the beggar died and was carried, right? The angels, right? The malakim, the servant, right? The angels carried, right? The beggar, right? Into Abraham's bosom, right? Now, the rich man, right? Also died and was buried. It's something like the dun dun, the dun dun. You know what I mean? So the beggar, after that hard life, right, he was carried by the angels, right, into Abraham's bosom. The rich man, you know, who lived well, had all the best and everything, he also died and he was the dun dun, right? He was buried, right? And right in hell, he lifted up his eyes. You see, I love how Yeshua tells his mashal, the proverbs and the parables. See how he segued? He first spoke about the beggar, right? Then he segues to the rich man also dying, was buried, and then in the next verse, and in hell. Okay, let's do this right here. Yes, we're going to touch on this psalm here, but this psalm connects with this Torah portion, reading and feeding. And so here we have Hades. Right? Now, remember we talked about Sheol. In the Hebrew, this would be Sheol. Right? So Sheol corresponds with the so-called Greek Hades. Right? And the ancient Egyptian Duat. What they call the Duat, or some will say Tuat, D-U-A-T, right? Or T-U-A-T for the ancient Egyptian form of it. And the Greek form here, Hades or Hades, right? And the Hebrew, right, based on the description for the same place of the souls, right, afterlife, right? So this Hades or Pluto, and now according to the secular Greek, this was like Pluto was a god according to the secular Greek, or Arcus, the netherworld. There was a place known as the realm of the dead according to Greeks. Now notice what it says, later. You see what it says, later, alligator. And in the ancient Egyptian, they had the alligator and everything. You know, like if you didn't pass the test, you get eaten up, right? Later use of this word, right? The grave, death, hell. So because other Gentiles did not have any firm conception, as ancient peoples did, of what happens in the afterlife, they kind of take the word use. They don't have anything to fill in the use, so they often would translate it as grave, death, and hell. Right? That's why some believe that all of these are the same thing. Well, according to the Hebrew, Judaic, they're not the same thing. According to reality, they're not the same thing. They may be related or similar, right? But here, the proper meaning of this from the Greek, Hades, is the unseen. So to cut through all the kind of mythology and everything else like that, the basic meaning of the word is the unseen. Right? You know, remember I was saying that even ancient Egypt, people believe that the ancient Egyptians believed that was underground, and they might have even used that to kind of describe the abode and everything. But actually, it was said to be an unseen realm of the sky. Right? You know, remember we're talking about souls. We're not talking about the body. We're talking about the souls. You know, where do the souls go? Right? To the unseen. Right? And this was said to be the place or the state. You see, the place. When we say place, one may think of a physical place, but a state can be another state, as there are many dimensions, right, to things, right, of the departed souls. So notice what Yeshua is saying right here. So in the Hebrew sense, he's saying, and in Sheol, right, the same place that Korah and others went down alive to. Right, the same place that David and others speak of in the Hebrew scriptures. And in Sheol, he lifted up his eyes, right, being in torments, and seeing Abraham afar off, and Lazarus in his bosom, right? And he cried and said, Father Abraham, Abinu Abraham, have mercy, Choneni Abinu Abraham, and send Lazarus, send Eliezer, right, that he may dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue, for I am tormented in this flame. So now here, according to what Yeshua, right, is describing of the Sheol, right, the unseen place of the souls, is that in this place called Sheol, there's an aspect of it which is like Gehenna. There's a hell, a Gehenna aspect to it, right? See how people had conceived of it and still conceive of it is like these are separate, like Sheol is over here and 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 um and Gehenna is over here. No, in Sheol there is, like, for lack of a better way to describe it, the better residences of the soul and the worser residences of the soul. You know, like the good neighborhood and the bad neighborhood, right? So this is where the rich man, he's crying out and he's saying that it's very hot. Like in his condition, he's in flames, right? And he obviously is crying out to Abraham, who and to Lazarus, who's in the same state, right? You know, that's why in the Old Testament it reads like Abraham, when he passed away, he went to his fathers, he went to his patriarchs. You know what I'm saying? And this is like the same conception, that they who pass on before, their souls are in a state or a place awaiting further, you can say, judgment. But actually for the righteous, there's this idea awaiting, you know, the Messiah of Messiahs. In other words, awaiting, you know, we say Yeshua, you know what I mean? Awaiting the Savior. But be that as it may, but Abraham said, son, remember. Now notice, Abraham, even though he was a wicked Israelite, he still regards him, you know, as a son. Son, remember that thou in thy lifetime receiveth your good things, and likewise Lazarus, Eliezer, evil things, right? But now he is comforted, right? And thou art tormented. Right, look at that rhyme there. He is comforted and thou art tormented, right? And beside, right, all this, between us and you, there is a great gulf fixed. I mentioned as a gap earlier, excuse me. But here the KJV is a great gulf fixed, right? There's a great gulf. So they are on two different sides of this great gulf, but notice this, they are communicating. Right now, I don't know if they got any kind of like FaceTime or anything else like that, but there's this great gulf. This word gulf, look at the word gulf. It's chasma. You know what the word chasma is? It's a chasm, like, you know, a chasm, you know, like, yeah, like think about like, what do they call it again? What's that place in America? The Grand Canyon or something like that. It's a big chasm, right? A gaping opening, a chasm, a gulf, like a gap, right? A big gap between the two. Kao, a vacancy, an interval, right, between the two. It's something that's impassable and it's fixed, right? So that they who would pass from thence, right, to you cannot, neither can they pass to us, right? You know, that would come from thence. So it's like we can talk from here to there. Obviously, they are communicating here to there, but they can't go from here to there. You know what I mean? It's like the wicked are over there, you know what I mean? And the righteous are over here. Then he said, right, the rich man. Notice something about the rich man. The rich man doesn't even have a name. You notice that? The rich man don't even have a name. Lazarus, the poor man, has a name. Why is that important in the telling of what Robenu is telling us here? The rich man, his whole identity was his richness. He didn't really have he didn't develop as a person. You know what I mean? Otherwise you call somebody by their name. You know what I mean? He's just a rich man. You see what I'm saying? Right? So he says, then he said, I praise thee therefore, Father, that thou wouldest send him to my father's house. Get that? Father, will you send him to my father's house? For I have 5 brethren, right? That he may testify to them, lest they also come into this place of torment. So Abraham said to him, they have Moshe and the prophets. Let them hear them. And he said, nah, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nay, Father Abraham. But if one went to them from the dead, right? So he know where he's at, he's cognizant, conscious, right? They will repent. Isn't that an interesting thought, right? If one went to them from the dead, they will repent. Wow. And he said to him, right, what did Abraham say? If they hear not Moshe and the prophets, neither will they be persuaded, though one rose from the dead. This is interesting that the Messiah is speaking this, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like being more amazed by the resurrection of Messiah than by the living teachings of Messiah. In fact, the sayings of Messiah, to me, is what makes me seek to follow him. The works, like the resurrection, that's like the icing for a real cake. But it's interesting that Messiah is saying this right here, right? He's saying it's about hearing Moses, and then furthermore, Messiah tells us about the Psalms. So in that vein right there, just wanted to go over that in Luke 16, right? How it connects with the pit or the alive into Sheol, right? So basically, based on Numbers chapter 16, it would be that around this time of Yeshua speaking, ones like Korah, right, and Datan and Abiram and their family, right, is in the same Sheol condition, right, as Lazarus is, right, and the rich man, the unnamed rich man, right, the no name rich man. The rich man don't got a name. What it says, the horse without a name. You remember there was that old movie, Horse Without a Name? Okay, hold on for a moment. Okay, here we go. Just had to back it up to today's daily psalm. So here. The link between this psalm and the group of three. So we have Psalm 49, Mizmor Mim Tate, right? Mim Tet, Mim Tate. As we said, is theme death, the leveler, right? Theme death, the leveler. Also has a supporting theme here based on the content of the vanity of earthly prosperity. So see, even in that parable, that's what Yeshua in that word, that teaching, is to teach, right, to the same theme that we have in this Korahite psalm, right? Sons of Korah, right? Psalm of the vanity of earthly prosperity and good, right? It's a didactic poem. Didactic means that it's teachable, like you can learn something. This poem, this psalm here can learn you something. Like an autodidact, like ones like Malcolm X and others were called autodidact. Some of y'all may be autodidact. It's like self-taught. You know what I'm saying? So it's a didactic. It's like a teaching psalm, a teaching poem right here, composition. So here is theme death, the leveler, right? The link between this psalm, Psalm 49, Mizmor Mim Tate, and the group of three that precedes it is that they are alike addressed to all ye peoples. So we have today's daily Psalm 49, and then we have a group, a trinity, a group of three that precedes it. So 49, 48, 47, and 46, right? 49, right? Today's Psalm plus 48, 47, and 46. So 46, 47, 48, they form a trinity of three. And this one as well would square it off because they all are alike to all your peoples, right? Like it's like a universal kind of non-partial message. The latter, right, call upon all humanity to acknowledge, right, God, Elohim, Yahweh's kingship, right? This Psalm 49, it deals with a problem. There's a problem here. Psalm 49 is a kind of a problem solver. It's dealing with a problem that exercises the mind, the mentality of all thinking and conscious and sentient persons. And therefore, it should be read in connection, right? In connection right? This psalm here, it should be read in connection with Psalm 73. So just take that as a note, Talmudim, fellow Chabarim, right? Psalm 73 with this psalm here, right? And so what is this problem? Well, wealth. Wealth is unequally distributed. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that wealth is unequally distributed? All right. Now, to those who probably got a lot of wealth, they'd be like, nah, I'm good. You know what I mean? But to the rest of us, be like, yeah, we have noticed it. Some possess more than their due share and derive from it power, or at least authority, power, right? Are empowered by it, and they gain power and authority over the poor, right? Over the poor. Now, this seemingly unfair arrangement, right, from a kind of a Hebrew faith-based perspective, right, this seemingly unfair arrangement, it must be due to divine ordering, right? If one of the faith, right, then therefore this must be due to some sort of a divine arrangement or ordering. But here's the question: how is it to be explained? How is it to be explained? Right? So rich and poor, poor and rich. Well, the solution that the psalmist here in Psalm 49 puts forth is that the might of wealth is limited. So in Psalm 49, today's daily psalm, the solution that's put forth is that the might, the power, the ability, you know what I mean, of wealth is limited. In other words, wealth can do a whole lot, buy a whole lot, yeah, but there's a limitation, right? Wealth is not unlimited. The might of wealth is not unlimited, right? For example, this okay, let's give an example, right? It cannot ward off. Wealth cannot ward off, right, the oncoming of death. No matter how much money somebody got, right? Like death coming along, and you're like, hey, death, I'm gonna bribe you, bribe death, right? Right. So that's one limitation of the might and the power and ability of wealth, is that it cannot ward off the oncoming of death. I know. They got AI, they got all these kind of sci-fi kind of things that's going on. I get it, but still, all the same, they cannot ward off. They haven't warded off the oncoming of death. And at its advent, so when death does come, for example, that the rich, right, are reduced to the same level as the poor, right? They both dead, no power, done, right? They both are on the same level. That's why the theme of Psalm 49 is more meme tate, death the leveler, right? Death is the leveler, right? If this truth, if we accept this as a truth and a truism, right, were to be kept in mind, right, were to be borne in mind, and one's kept this as an axiomatic truth, guess what would happen, right? If this seed was kind of planted and nourished and grown in the mind, right, then wealth would not breed insolent pride, right? The wealth would not breed insolent pride, right? Can't serve God and mammon, right? Therefore, why not just serve God with all that we have, and our brother, right, as ourselves? You see, if this seed, right, of the word of the truth, this truism was born in mind, right, planted in good ground, then wealth would not breed insolent pride. And in that thought, in that thinking, the poor, in their seemingly, let's say, financial disability, right, they would hope, not just hope, but they would expect for the ultimate triumph of right. And in that sort of environment, right, those who have will give to those who do not have. See, that's what we have in the Torah. When you really read in the Torah, I love the part where it says, and if you would not want to, like, if you have your brother and your brother is in a need of help and you don't want to help them, Yahweh says, well, and if you would not like to help your brother, right? We might, how we as people, family get sometimes, but you will help your brother. So what Yahweh was saying in the Torah is that, all right, I know you, right? You may not want to help your brother. So if you would not want to help your brother because of whatever, but he's in a need, you shall help your brother. It's almost like sometimes people say like uck your feelings, you know what I mean? You know, like, okay, yeah, man, you did such and such, but you're my brother, and yeah, I say I will help your brother, but it'll be from the heart and in the heart. So that means that even in a situation where there would be seeming people who might be quote poor and those who might be so-called rich, right? If they had that seed, that if a seed was planted and growing and bearing fruit in good ground, their wealth would be well distributed. So yeah, there'll still be some who might have more because maybe they not just work more, but maybe they are prospered like that by based on their deed. But then there'll be a distribution of that to one another, right? You know what I mean? Where one would not have to beg, one would not have to ask. It'll be just from the heart, right? So with that being that, right? Death is still the leveler. This is the theme of the song. And the vanity, right, of earthly prosperity and good. It's not saying that prosperity is bad, right? But in the wrong state of mind, heart and mind. You know what I'm saying? So this psalm right here, Psalm 49, another theme about it is it's appointed for recital. This is one of the ancient psalms, right, during the time of the tribe of Judah, right, and even later on among those who are Torah observant and Judaically Torah observant, right. The psalm has been appointed for recital in the Judahite, right, house of mourning. So Judaically speaking, this psalm here, right, is a psalm that is recited, right, during times of mourning, right. Psalm 49, right. But without further ado, right here, just wanted to kind of put this into context. There's a couple of key themes, right. We're going to kind of touch on the opening part, right, go into a little bit in depth and kind of gloss over some of the other areas, but just touch on some of the key points, right, and then get to the seal section, right, the seal up section right here. So we have actually here in today's daily psalm, we have in the King James version there is 20 verses. In the Hebrew there's 21, and that's including the superscription. So remember this psalm right here. Let's bring it on the screen. There we go. Of the vanity of earthly prosperity and good. It's a didactic poem. That means a learning poem, right? It's addressed to all, right? It's addressed to all peoples, right? It has nothing in common with a national historical song. So one thing about this psalm right here, unlike other psalms that we can see are strictly dealing with Israelite and Judahite situations, this psalm here seems to have a universal application, right? It's not just speaking about only Israel, right? But it's speaking about the same principles are manifest, right? Irrespective, right? Irrespective, you know what I'm saying? You know, I was speaking to a brother, right? And to heal up Kamal, you know what I mean? Yes, Ethiopia. Check that out. Ethiopia.com. Check that out right there. Was speaking to the brother, and he said something that's interesting. Just reminds me right here. He said that if you go to any other group of people and you say about another group of people, are they united? Most group of people will say yes. You know what I'm saying? If you ask people directly, right, or you and your people, sometimes people will say, you know, we got a lot of things, a different kind of people. But if other people are looking at other people always seem to see the other people as, you know what I mean, being united. So there are certain universalities, you know, that exist, and this psalm touches on that. You know what I mean? So the poet here steps forward as a preacher in the midst of men. His theme, the theme of this poet, of the psalm writer here, Psalm 49, the theme is the transitoriness of prosperity of the ungodly. That the prosperity that is like the wicked, the evildoers seem to get, it's not permanent. It's vain because it's fleeting, right? It's unsubstantial. And on the other hand, the expectation or the hope of the upright that rests upon Elohim. Right now, it breaks down some of the divisions. Just to give you a quick oversight right here. It kind of links up with the book of Job. It has a little bit of the Job vibes right there, harmonizing with the Psalms of the time of David, right, as well. But we'll get into some of that at another time just to make good time with the time that we have. Let's touch on the first verse right here. Today's daily psalm. Here we have Psalm 49, the Aleph verse. Let's get to the intro right here. Here's the KJV first verse. So here in verses 1 to 4 is an exhortatory, like you exhort to exhort one another, to build one up. It's like a build up, exhortatory introduction. It's like a build up. This is like the build up intro, right? The build up intro, the exhortatory intro, verses 1 to 4. So here we have the superscription and the first verse. In the Hebrew, what you see before you is 2 verses. But in the King James Version, usually this is 1 verse. So that's why the numbering often is different. To the chief musician, a psalm for the sons of Korah. Hear this, all people, all ye people, all people. Give ear, all inhabitants of the world, all ye inhabitants of the world. If you look right there, the italicized words, as we already know and say continuously, right, are not there in the Hebrew, right? So right here, the more force of it will be, hear this, all people. Give ear, all inhabitants of the world. That's the sense there. So it is speaking to them, but the ye not being there. Here we go, the Hebrew up here. La menatziach, livnei Korah, mizmor. Shima'u zot, kol ha'amim. Ha'azinu, kol yoshbei chaled. Here, to the chief musician, La menatziach, a psalm for the sons of Korah, as you see right there. Now, from the Hebrew, we would translate this a little differently. La menatziach, livnei Korah mizmor, for the leader, chief musician, a psalm of the sons of Korah. Now, there's some interesting reasonings, depends on how we would read this from the Hebrew. Is it for or is it of? Thus, the note right here, for or of. And there's some really interesting reasonings that come out of it. So if it's a psalm for the sons of Korah, right, it could be read and there is a perspective, an interesting perspective when looking at it, and studying and meditating from that perspective. In the Hebrew, it can also be read as of the sons of Korah. The more correct view of it is of the sons of Korah, right? In that sense, right? When we read it for the sons of Korah, is a whole different kind of you can medi on. But here, first verse, Shim'u zot, Shim'u, Shim'u, Shim'u zot. Shim'u is to say to a group of people, usually men, but people generally, here. So the Shim'u is from Shama. Shama means he heard, right? Shema means to hear, as we say, Shema Yisrael. Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel, speaking to all of Israel as one man. Shema Yisrael, as one corporate body, one corporate being. But here, this is speaking to a multiplicity of people. So this is in the plural sense. Shima'u zot. Shima'u, hear y'all this. Zot. Zot is this. Shima'u zot. Call ha'amim. Call all the amim. All the peoples. Hear this. All the peoples. Shima'u zot. Call ha'amim. Ha'azinu, broaden the ear, give ear, broaden the ear. Ha'azinu, call Yoshbei Chaled, all Yoshbei, all those who sit up or seated, to say dwell in, inhabit, the inhabitants of, all the inhabitants of, call Yoshbei Chaled. All those who are the inhabitants of the Khaled. Literally, it's Yoshbei is from Yashab. Yashab literally means to sit down. But the sit down sense, if you sit down on the land, the figurative of that is like you dwell someplace. Come, make we seat up, make we inhabit. Yes? So all the inhabitants of the Kol Yoshvei Khaled. So the Khaled, this Khaled. So to get this first point out at the gate, let's get this first point, right? This word for world. You see world? Now, if you're familiar with the biblical Hebrew, not everywhere the translator says world is the same world, right? I think that's important to understand, right? Because if we're familiar with the world, we could say olam, olam, but it's not the word olam there. In some cases, the world, like Psalm 24, right, it says world, and there the word for world, right, is not Khaled, right, or Khaled. It is not Olam, it's Tevel, Tevel, right? It's the Tevel. So what I'm trying to say is that sometimes you see the word world there, but there's at least 3 to 4 different Hebrew words, right, that are all translated as world in the translation. So this gives us the key, a key here, right? The Khaled is world in what sense? BDB says it's an age, a duration of life, the world. Are you getting the context of world here? It's not talking about the world. Like when we say world, did you know there's a difference between the earth and the world? Sometimes we would think that the earth is the world and the world is the earth, right? But then what kind of world are we talking about? Here, this word is talking about a duration. It's applying to time. This word Khaled or Khaled, it has to do with time, right? Time, the world as a consciousness of time. You get me? Not the earth, right? But the consciousness of time, right? On this earth, right? So notice the root here in the Strong's, it says glide, life, fleeting. You see what it says fleeting? So the word can be translated as life, right? In that sense, duration of life for the world, but it means that in the context of a fleeting portion of time. Notice what it says, hence the world as transient, the world as changeable, right? Like the world in our time was different than the world. We say, look, that's biblical time back in that world, right? We're not talking about a different earth. We're talking about a different consciousness and a different portion of time, something that moves past, that glides. You see the word glide? You know, it's when we be saying, yo, time be flying. There's that word glide there. There's that sense of time, transience, right? So all those who inhabit this kind of portion of time, like everybody that's like, it's almost like all that are like alive in this time. Remember the context of the psalm, death the leveler. So here in the first verse right here, Shimuzot kol ha'amim. Hear this, all ye peoples. It's a question of universal interest, right? Not just for one nation, or for one peoples, right? But for all peoples, right? And its application is to be discussed. So this is like a universal subject matter here, right? That both Israelites, it applies to Israelites and applies to non-Israelites, the Jew and Gentile alike. As we mentioned about the Khaled, we have this word for world also in Psalm 17, around about verse 13, Hebraically verse 14. It speaks about man's temporary place of abode. So this sense of world, right, is man's temporary, the Khalet, his temporary place of abode in his portion of time, right? The choice of the word, the choice of this word, Khalet, it prepares the reader, right, and the intelligent hearer of the biblical Hebrew, right, for the theme of the song, for the theme of the song. Let's keep it pushing right here. Once again, the full of the verse right here. Shimuzot, kol ha'amim, hazinu, kol yoshbei chaled. Here to the bait verse, the second verse right here. We're still in the section, the exhortatory introduction, the build up here. Both low and high, rich and poor together, right? Both low and high. It says here in the Hebrew, it says, Gam b'nei Adam, Gam b'nei Ish, Yachad, Asher We'Evyon. So here in the Hebrew, in the English, it says both low and high. Notice that behind the word low is 2 words, and behind the word high is 2 words, right? So in the Hebrew, it says gam. Gam means also. Gam means also. Let's bring this out so you can see this for yourself. Gam. Gam means also, even. Indeed, moreover. So when it says gam, right? Gam b'nei Adam. Also the sons of Adam. Gam b'nei Ish. And the sons of Ish. Right? So let's get into, I want to show you Gam right there. There's the Gam right there also. It can be used in a sense of both. But then in the Hebrew here, it says also, literally also the sons of Adam. Right? Now notice the sons of Adam is the low man. The low man is the son of Adam. I might say the low man, the average human being. You know, just like, you know, I'm not a big man. I'm not a man of a great station, right? So I'm a man of regular average standing, you know? So I will be a B'nai Adam, like a son of Adam, you know, like the son of Adam, the son of man, in other words. So literally we can translate this as also the son of man, or the sons of man, and the sons of Ish. But notice here how the translator says both low and high, both low and high, right? But in the Hebrew, it's saying also the sons of Adam, also the sons of Ish. So there's a difference in the Hebrew between the Adam, right, and the son of man, or the sons of man, the sons of Adam, general mankind, and the sons of Ish, right? The main difference, what's the difference between the sons of Ish, right, and the sons of Adam? The sons of Ish and the sons of Adam. Well, both y'all sons of Adam, that's men in the general sense. So often in the Hebrew, when the term for man, there's about 4 main words for man in Hebrew, right? And one of them is Adam. So Adam generally is man in the most general, man in general, right? And then the B'nai Ish is the sons of Ish, right? The B'nai Ish, right? The sons of Ish. In Psalm 90, it says that Tefillah Moshe Ish Ha-Elohim, that this is the prayer of Moshe, Tefillah Moshe. And who is he? Ish Ha-Elohim. He's a man, right? He's the man of the God. He's the God man. He's the man of, like the man of the God, the true God. He's a man. So Ish is generally used of man, men of higher station, right? Men of higher standing, right? Now, in the translation, they often translate it using men and man, and sometimes you can't really discern it in the translation, maybe in the context of the text. But this is an important nuance right here, right? Both low and high is really the sons of Adam, that's men generally, and the sons of Ish, right? That's men of a higher station. More on that can be found in Psalm 4, right? Psalm 4, roundabout verse 2, verse 3, right? The message, therefore, of this here in this second verse here, KJV wise, is for all people, whether you are just a regular average man, right? Or whether you are a man of means, or a man of standing, or a man of station. You know what I'm saying? And also it's for all sections. It's all for all sections of human society. It's not just, you know, to just one section, but but it's especially, there's an especial message as we pick up for the so-called well-to-do, right? It says, for whom more is given, more is required. Is that what it says? For whom more is given, more is required. So it says, Gam b'nei Adam, Gam b'nei Ish, Yachad, together, Asher we'Evyon. So the Asher, the Osher we'Evyon. The Osher is the Osher. Here, pointed as Asher is the wealthy, the Asher. It's an Ain, so it's a harder, slightly Asher. Has a different, not Asher. It's not Asher. That'd be a different Hebrew letter, right? That'd be Aleph. This is Ain, Asher, right? The Asher, right? The Asher is like the wealthy, the rich, Asher, right? The Asher, the noble, but basically meaning the rich, right? The Asher, with and the Evion. Who are the Evion? There's an early group of believers and followers of Messiah known as the Evionites. I don't know if you ever heard of them, Ebion. Ebion actually means in Hebrew those who are in want or in need, right? So the sense here is those who are poor, or more correctly, the Ebion would be those who are po. You know, back in the days, they said you are po, we po, we po. I mean, so po that can't even afford the or to even say poor. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's really like there's poor and there's po, right? So these are like the poor in the sense of the Hebrew, the Evion. Those are generally like the lowest. It says the general reference to the lowest class, not just poor. The poor got the or there, but these are po, right? Can't afford that or, right? That's how po, right? So both the rich, the Asher, the ones who are wealthy, Asher with Ebion, The rich, the Asher, right? Let's go over here. The rich, the Asher, right? There we go. The Asher, the rich were to derive a sobering message. It was a sober up, right? And the poor, the Evion, right, a comforting lesson from what they are about to hear. Hear. So here, Gam B'nai Adam, Gam B'nai Ish, Yachad, Asher with Evion. Here to the Gimel verse, the third verse, right? Here the speaker speaks, my mouth shall speak of wisdom, the meditation of my heart of understanding, right? Understanding, overstanding. Pi Yedaber Hakmota, we Hagut Libi Tibunot. Here, my mouth shall speak of wisdom. Pi Yedaber, the word for mouth, the peh. Here we have the peh, right? And P, my mouth, right? P, Yedaber will speak, my mouth, he will speak, Hokmah, of wisdoms. So the word here for wisdom in the Hebrew is Hokmah, right? Here we have the plural sense, Hokmot, right? Hokmot is the plural sense of Hakmah. Hokmah, wisdom, Hokmot. So we have the plural forms right here, right? Wisdom, right? Coming from Chokmah. So you see Chokmah? Chokmah is a singular sense. Wisdom, Chokmah, right? And then here we have, in the text, we have Chokmot, or Hakmot, some enunciated Chokmot, right? So here it says, Pi Yadaber Chokmot, with Hagut, and the Hagut, meditation, Hagut, utterance, the musing, the medi, right? The musing, the Hagut. And it says, with Hagut Libi, and the meditation of Hagut of Libi, of my heart, Tibunot, shall be understanding. So here, the singular is tabuna. That's singular. In the verse is tibunot. So like the word for wisdom here, from the Hebrew, the word for wisdom is plural, right? Chokmot, right? And the word for understanding is plural too, tibunot. So it's not saying wisdom, but it's wisdoms, right? Now, Hebraically, right? The Hebrew for wisdom and understanding, both words are in the plural. They're in the plural, hakmot, tabunot, right? And this denotes in the Hebraics a profound wisdom, like wisdom of wisdoms, like we say for real, right? For show, right? The wisdom of wisdoms. And also tabunot, understandings, is deep insight. Wisdom, chokmah, right? In singularity, in the Bible, the Hebrew scriptures, it corresponds to genuine morality and true moral philosophy, wisdom, right? Understanding, right? Tabuna is enlightenment upon a perplexity of human experience. Like when somebody breaks something down, and in really good terms, right? That it was perplexed, but they kind of have a good understanding, right? And that they have that enlightenment upon a perplexity of human experience, and therefore can give a good standing, so you can get a good standing. Now, this word tabuna from the Hebrew is a little bit different. From the Hebrew, you see the word being. Being means to discern, right? To understand being. But in Hebrew, we have the word being, as you see before you, and we have the word bain. Bain, not son Ben, but bain. Now, bain means between, the sense of between. So the idea of understanding in Hebrew is discernment, and discernment is a sense of understanding the difference or similarity between this and that, almost like two things that are similar. One can recognize a similarity, but a good understanding will show how they're not the same while still being similar. You know what I'm saying? So that's the sense of, of understanding. So when one has such understanding, they can give a good enlightenment upon a perplexity of human experience. So here, this verse right here, my mouth will speak of wisdoms, and the meditation, my heart, understandings, overstandings. Pi yadaber hakmot hagut libi tabunot. Here in the Dalet verse right here, right? The Dalet verse right here to seal up this opening of Mizmor Mim Tate, we have, I will incline mine ear to a parable. I will open my dark saying up on the harp. This is why we began off even right here in spirit and in truth with that parable in Luke chapter 16, right? To incline my heart. Remember Yeshua, right? In teaching the disciples, he begins off with parables. I will incline my ear, hear to a parable, right? I will open my dark sayings up on the harp. So even here, we have some of the dark sayings, the enigmatic statements being communicated musically. You see that there, right? Sometimes, certain dark sayings, what I mean? Enigmatic statements, right? That'd be hard to talk about, right? You can communicate it kind of easier on the harp, music and all, right? But here, ateh lמשל האוזני, אפתח בכינורה חידתי. Right? So right here, I will incline my ear, ate lemashal, to a mashal. So the word in Hebrew for parable is mashal. Mashal, a parable, a proverb. Mashal, right? A parable, a proverb. So ate, I will nata. Nata is the verb, root verb, to like kind of like bend. To bend, like you incline, you bend, right? I will bend. Ate, I doing it. Ate lim mashal. I will bend to the mashal, to the parable. Ozni. I will bend to the parable, my ozen, ozni, my ozni, my ear, right? Ate lim mashal ozni. Eftach. I will fetach. This word we told the feta neges in the Hebrew as patach, but also it is pointed in some occasion as fatach. Feta. What is feta? Right? Feta neges, right? This is the Afro-Shemitic, correspondence of these related languages, right? Patach, fetach mean to open, to loosen, right? In the context to free something. You open somebody, you loosen them from the trap, you free them, right? Eftach, I will open bikinor, I will open on the kinor, on the harp, chidati, my chida. Chidati, my chida. What is a chida? Chida is a riddle, is difficult question, right? A parable, an enigmatic saying or question, a perplexing saying or question. Isn't that like a lot of music sometimes? They have like some rhymes and stuff. and you keep listening to it and you breaking it down and you're like, oh, I think I got it. You know what I mean? Perplexing, enigmatic, a riddle, right? An enigma, perplexing questions, are brought out. A puzzle. It could be a trick, a conundrum, a maxim, like a wise saying, a dark saying, a hard sentence. Yes. So right there, they're there. This verse here, I will incline my ear, right? Ate ozni. To the what? To the mashal. Lim mashal. To receive instruction from Elohim, from the Almighty, that comes in the form of a mashal. Did you know that even from ancient times, it was said that instruction from God, the true good, the true God, Yahweh Eloheinu, that it came in the form of a mashal. A mashal. A mashal is a proverb, a parable. So, another thing we need to learn too, we see proverb and parable in English is two different words. In Hebrew, it's one and the same. It's like the two sides of the same coin, and the coin here is mashal, mashal. So we see the proverbs of Solomon, the parables of Yeshua. We could call the proverbs of Yeshua and the parables of Solomon. It's the same word, the mashal. Also take note that Yeshua taught as other teachers of Torah, other rabbis did. This is something that was printable, but they would teach through parables, right? They would teach. So when we're reading, even in the Gospel of Besorah, we see where Yeshua said, what shall I liken this to? And then he goes into, oh, it's like a man that such and such and such and such and such. And this is how we receive instruction, right, from Yahweh Eloheinu that comes in the form of a mashal, a form of a proverb, a parable, an oracular word sound utterance in a poetical style, in a rhyme, right? An utterance, right? An oracular word sound utterance in a poetical, right, style, or in ancient Hebrew, a kind of a rhyming, like a rhyme style, right? Numbers chapter 23 and 7, right, goes into some early examples there in the scripts, right? Then it goes on to say right here, I will open Eftah, 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 I will fetah, Eftah, Bikinor Chidati. I will do what? I will open, right, my dark sayings. What does this mean to open? Right? Patach, fetach, eftach, eftach. I will open what? My chidah, my chida, chidati, my riddles, difficult questions. The Hebrew is used of a riddle. Remember the Queen of Sheba is said to have come to Shlomo HaMelech, Solomon the king, right? When the Queen of the South, right, the Queen of Sheba came, she had all these riddles. It said that she came and, she wanted to prove that really Shlomo, that Solomon ben Dawid, son of David, was a wise man. So she came with a bunch of riddles and stuff. And then she was very impressed with how he was able to decipher her riddles. It seemed as though in ancient times, this was one way that people communicated, right? Also, in a sense, entertain themselves and test their, mental, prowess. But a riddle. And here, this riddle here, right, is for a pronouncement upon an enigmatic problem, a difficult to understand problem, right? But how is this communicated? By talk? No, it's to use the harp. Notice, to soften the difficulty of the question, right? It was performed on the kinnor, like on the lyre, the harp. It was performed on the instrument that made the twang, right? Like a harp, a guitar, or some musical instrument, right? It was performed. Think about that. It was accompanied by string music, right? That sometimes things are difficult, but music helps, right? Right? But this dark saying upon the harp, right? So he says he will incline his ear to a parable, right? And he will open, right? He will open, right, his dark sayings, my dark sayings upon the harp. Now here, this part here, it goes to verse 5 to 12, right? And basically, this section here, it speaks about wealth and death, right? Wealth and death, right? Now, just, to do due diligence right here, we're going to just highlight some of these right here. Let's go down here. Here we go right here. Now, this particular verse in the King James Version, let's go to King James. Wherefore shall I fear in the days of evil? The when is not there. The iniquity of my heels shall compass me about. Now, there's a little bit of a difficulty here, right, in the translation, right? And here we have from, right, origin, right? Origin has akubai. In the Masoretic, it has akebai, right? See, so when people talk about pointing does not matter, vocalization, it does matter. That's why some of these things are the way they are, right? Notice what it says over here, right over here, where we're at right here, right? This translation, the translation we're used to, it says, wherefore shall I fear in the days of evil, when the iniquity of my heels shall compass me about. But the more correct translation Hebraically would be, wherefore should I fear in the days of evil the iniquity of my supplanters? My supplanters compass me about. So the question is it the iniquity of my heels? Right? Is it iniquity of my heels, or is it the iniquity of my supplanters? Right? So the akubai, right? The akubai, right? We have this right here. So this is where the rubber meets the road on this right here. So over here, the Masoretic has akebai, right? The akebai, right here, is my supplanters, akebai, right? Then we have the akubai, right? The akubai. Let's see if we got this correct right here, like right here, right? So the Masoretic, right, has my heels, right? Akebai. There we go, akebai. And origin has akubai, akubai. Akubai is those who supplant me. Akubai. Akebai, right, is my heels. Right? Remember Jacob? You remember Jacob, right? Jacob, right? Now, Jacob, let's go over here for a moment. So my heels here, my iniquity of my heels or the iniquity of my supplanters, right? The Judaic often adopts the akubai. Right, the KJV adopts the akebai. Right, so we have akeb. Notice akeb sounds similar. Jacob, Yaakov, Yaakov. Why do you think he was called Yaakov? Because he akabed his brother's akeb. He akabed his brother's akeb. So now notice here the akeb, akebai. Here they have it as supplanter, right? But actually, this comes from the akab. Right, the akab. Let's scroll down here. I went through that kind of fast right here by mistake for akab. Now you see akab, ikeba means the heel, right? The heel, the foot, the hinder part of the foot, right? You see it, akab, and the feminine form akeba, akeba, right? Now over here, right? Over here we have akab, right? Akab, which this here is meaning overreach or supplanter. So in other words, the word akab, both in one form refers to the heel, but in one form it refers to supplanting. So there is a literal meaning of the word, which is heel, but in the figure of speech is to supplant. So remember when Esau was born, he came out and Jacob was holding on his heel, right? Like you ever seen like in how can you say two people are like wrestling for something and they're on the floor and somebody's trying to reach for it and the other person grabs their heel. You remember when we were young? I don't know if some of y'all did that, but we were trying to grab it. So you don't get it. I pull your heel and then I try to run up and get it and you pull my heel. That's the sense of how the word is seen. It kind of twirls, on that kind of a meaning right there. So right here, in the sense of supplanting, remember when we talk about Jacob and deceiving? Well, This word here on the other spin of it, right, can mean to deceive, right? To deceive, to heel grab, right? So this is why, this is an interesting thing when we talk about Jacob's name and everything else, because some will tell you that, well, Jacob's name means heel grabber. Others will say that Jacob's name means supplanter. What we're saying is that in the root of the word, akab, right, akab means to supplant. This is the verb. Akab means to circumvent. Akab means to take by the heel. Akab means to follow at the heel, right? To overreach, to supplant, right? To attack, right? But then the word akeb, akeb means the heel. Akeb means the heel. So you see how that goes? There's the verb, right? And then there's the noun. So anyway, here, we're going to read it from the Masoretic. Take the Masoretic here. Lama ira bime ra avon akebai yitsubeini. So here it brings out the sense of why should I fear? Lama ira. Ira, I'm afraid, I will be afraid, I'm afraid, I will be afraid. La, for ma, for what? Lama ira. For what should I be afraid? Be made in the days of Ra, in the days of Ra, in the days of evil and bad days, right? Unpleasant days, evil days. Avon, right? Avon, iniquity, avon, perversity, moral guilt for sin, right? Akabai, some translate this as my heels, the iniquity of my heels. Yitsubeini, Yitsube, sabab, sebebe, right? Like it encircles me, right? So that translation, as we have here in the KJV, it brings out kind of the sense of that, why should I be afraid, right? When like these bad things start to happen, right? And that part of these bad things are like the iniquity of my own steps. You know what I mean? And now they're catching up, like, it's catching up to you. That's the general sense. But now when we read it from the secondary reading, not as heels, right? Akabai, but as supplanters, akubai, it comes out like this. Lama ira bime ra, avon akubai yisubeini. So where the avon, right, the iniquity, right, the perversity, the moral perversity of akubai, of those who seek to supplant me, yisubeini, they encircle me, right? So there's, based on those two readings of it, the way that it's conventionally read is like, well, the bad, the evil that's coming to me is just a consequence of my own heels, which one can interpret it like that. But then from the study of the Hebrew, right, this interpretation that's opposite of what we've conventionally come to know is more better in the context of the psalm. Wherefore should I fear in the days of evil? Lama ira bime ra. When the iniquity of my supplanters, avon akubai, compass me about, yisubeini, right? Avon akubai, yisubeini. So here, the days of evil, be made ra, be made in the days, in the yoms of ra, in the days of evil, times of suffering from the injustice of the rich, who use their privileged position for their own advantage by way of exploiting the poor, right? Now, my supplanters, now if we interpret that it's really my heels, then as we go to the next verse, there's going to be a disconnect. In other words, I'm saying that this verse, though one might literally be able to bring out iniquity of my heels, right? Akabai, what matches the flow of the full psalm is akubai, my supplanters, right? Compass me about, right? Why do we say this? Well, he's speaking of the wealthy neighbors who deprive him of his rights, He's making a case here in this section on wealth and death. So if you read it from verse, if you read it from the KJV verse about the iniquity of my, it's almost like them saying that, well, some are rich and poor. So like why some people are rich, or richer than rich can be. Somehow the idea they try to give you is like, well, you're not that way because it's the iniquity, it's your own fault. You see what I'm saying? So that's the reading of iniquity of my heels compass me about. Right? Akevai, avon akevai, yisubeini. But from the more better pointing of the Hebrew, bringing out the sense in the meaning of the word that helps to bridge the gap and connect with the verses that follow, where it will be read more correctly as avon akubai yisubeini, when the iniquity of my supplanters, right? Akubai, in the sense of my supplanters, compass me about. The wealthy neighbors who deprive him of his rights. Now, how do we know this? Let's go to the next verse, right? The next verse will prove the correct interpretation. They that trust in their wealth, there you go, right? They that do what? They that trust in their wealth, right? And boast themselves in the multitude of riches. So the days of evil, right? Why should I be afraid in the days of evil? It's not because he has done evil and now the evil is catching up to him. No, why should I be afraid in the days of evil when the iniquity of the supplanters are compassing me about, trying to use their wealth, to rob me of what's rightfully mine, right? That's why he says, they that trust in their wealth, right, and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches. It's like elsewhere where David's psalms say, like, I would not fear. What can man do to me? He's standing on God's right, you know what I mean? While these ones are standing on what they own, what they possess, their possession, right? And they're boasting themselves, like in the words of Yeshua in Luke chapter 16, the rich man, right? Ha-botachim ala chelam u'aberov ashram yitahalalu u'berov, and in the enoughness ashram of their ashir, ashram of their riches, u'berov ashram yitahalalu. They run around saying, they're hallelujahing, they're hallelujahing, because they got a lot of wealth. Hallelujahing, you know what I mean? They are boasting. You see how right here, remember I was talking about halal actually means to boast, like in hallelujah, not to praise in the way people would think, but it's to boast, right? To big up and boast. Now, what do they boast in? Do they hallelujah? No, they don't hallelujah. They don't boast in Yah. They hallelujah, right, in their Oshram. Uberov Oshram, Yitahalalu. They boast in their wealth, right? They trust in their wealth. As the righteous have faith and hallelujah in Yah, right? They Uberov Oshram Yitahalalu, right? They halalu, right? They halalu in their riches. So the righteous have faith in Elohim for their support in the true good, the true God, and the creator, the ruler, the judge. So the rich, on the other hand, put their trust, right, in the abundance, not just in their wealth. Notice that the sentence doesn't say just in their wealth, right, but in the multitude, right, the multitude. So, people always say, why the rich always trying to get richer, right? People say, this guy, he already has so much money. Why are we trying to get even, he already has $1 zillion and he's trying to get $2 zillion. He's like, what? You know what I mean? But notice what the sentence says right here. And boast himself in the multitude, right, of their riches. They need more and more and more. It's like a disease, right? Ha-botachim ala chelam uberov oshram yitahalalu. So see that contrast there, right? And this is a good verse when we're breaking down the hallelujah, right? What it really means. That even the rich, they hallelujah, right? Or these ones, they boast, but they don't boast in Yah, right? The hallelujah in the multitude, right, of their riches, right? So they hallelujah, not hallelujah. You know what I mean? Hallelujah. You know what I mean? But not a hallelujah. But here, let's keep it pushing right here. The Zane verse, the 7th verse here. It goes on, right? These perplexing thoughts, in this experience on the earthly plane. None can by any means redeem his brother, nor give to Elohim a ransom for him. We're getting to our point right here, right? Can one who has, even a rich man who has riches, can he really redeem his brother? Right? Can he really redeem? Now, we need to understand the redeeming in its context. Let's look at this. Masoretic Ak. Okay, let's look at this right here. Yifdeh, right? Yipade. Yifdeh. So it's a slightly different pointing right there. All right, so here, let's bring out this right here. It says, none, right? None can by any means redeem his brother, nor give to Elohim a ransom for him. Right? A ransom for him. Here we go right here. It says, lo fado yifteh. In redeeming, he cannot redeem in redeeming, right? Ish lo yitain le lohim kafro. So a brother, ach. Now, others bring out the sense of truly ak. Now, the reason for some of those notes I just went into right there is that the word in the Masoretic is ach. Ach is brother, right? The word ach is brother. Now, there is the word in Hebrew, ak. Ak means truly or an indeed. It means like, it has a sense of like indeed, truly, for show, like ak. So there's ak. So in Hebrew, when we say it's not aki for brother, it's achi or ach. So here there's a little, in some manuscripts it has ak. Ak would be like indeed for sure. That means like indeed for sure or truly. These cannot redeem a person, nor give a ransom, right? Or give to Elohim a ransom for him. But the Hebrew of this is not ak. It's actually ach. The Masoretic is brother, ach. So it begins ach, brother, lo fado, not redeeming yifdeh, will he be able to redeem, right? Ish, right? Ish. Here, like a brother, would not be able to redeem, a person, like a man. The intent is like to say his brother. Like a brother cannot, if one brother is rich, right, and death is coming, he cannot give to God a payment to keep death away and keep him living. In other words, lo yitain, and not give, right? Lo yitain le Elohim, and cannot give to Elohim kafro. Cannot give to Elohim a kafro or a kofer. Kofer, like we say, kafar and kipporim. Kofer is the price of a life. It's like the ransom, right? The price. In other words, it's saying that he cannot bribe God. But notice this word kofer, I was talking about the kafir and the kippur and atonement, how it connects with the word for that black pitch. You see where it says asphalt, pitch, a covering, right? Like we say, like the word, bitumen, the pitch, right? But in other words, this figuratively is redemption price, right? So he would not be able to pay to Elohim, a price to spare his life, redeem his brother. One thing cannot be bought off at a price, and that is redemption from the final end that comes to all men. Not even a brother, right? One to whom the rich man is attached by close kinship or intimate fellowship can be saved from natural death by the power of money. Now, see how beautiful this is? The song of Korah here, the Torah portion, Korah and Moshiach, speaking in Luke chapter 16 about the rich man, right? And Lazarus. You see how it's kind of worked out into the same theme here. When he says, well, send somebody, you're saying to Abraham, send somebody to tell my brothers, so my 5 brothers, so they don't end up in this same situation. Right? And what did Abraham say? Well, they have They have Moses and the prophets. Let them hear them, right? Right? So if he cannot do this, right, for a brother, how much less will he be able to do it for himself? So if he can't redeem his brother, the force of the rhyme, the verse here, that if he can't redeem his brother, how can he redeem himself? Like, if you can't do this for the other, you can't do it for yourself, because you just can't do it. That's the point. You can't do it. You can't offer to Elohim a kofer, right? You can't offer to him like any like bribe money, ransom money, right? Lo yitain le Elohim kafro, right? His redemption, his ransom, right? Ransom like from the grave, right? The psalmist has in mind, right? What the psalmist has in mind and uses the language of the law. Did you know that? Here the psalmist is using the language of the law. Well, what law, right? Well, here in Exodus 21 and 30, Exodus 21 and 30. Let's go to Exodus 21 and 30, right? They got Moses and the prophets, right? So Exodus 21 and 30, right? Don't want to be like that rich man or his brothers if they're not listening to Moses and the prophets, right? Here, 21 and 30. What do we have here? We have, if there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid up on him. So here in the psalm here, right, KJV 49, that would be in the KJV Bibles 49 and 7, nor gives to Elohim a ransom, right? Lo yitain Lelohim kafro. We have this right here. If there be laid on him a sum of money, then shall he give for the ransom, right? Now here the pidyon is the word for ransom, right? Ransom of his life, whatsoever is laid upon him. So it's basically saying that in the theme of today's daily psalm, Death the Leveler, it's all about like the wealth, you know, how those with wealth, right, that the wealth, the rich and the poor, right, they both get laid in the balance, and death is the leveler. And when Messiah speaks about the rich man and Lazarus, you can see he is also expressing the same points, you know, the same points right here. Here it says im kofer, im kofer. Now notice what it says im what? You see the kofer? So the kofer over here is the price of a life, and it's not under the word ransom. So you see how they flip it around in translation? This is pidyon from fada, right? Here it says if there be laid on him a sum of money, or here it says the kofer, right? The ransom, the bribe. Right? Remember, this is connected with the theme of like atonement, kafar. Then he shall give the ransom for his life. Here the Hebrew, im kofer yushata alav, with natana pidyona nafsho, kakol asher yushat alav, yushat alayo. That's laid, yushat, what is laid, alav, alayo, what is laid up on him. So here we bring out this verse right here, that, you know, even with, you know what I mean, even with money, he cannot ransom himself, right? Ach lo fado yifteh ish lo yitain lelohim kafro. This here leads us here to the chet, the 8th verse here. Now, why can't he do that? Well, here the poet will explain, for the redemption of their soul precious, and it ceaseth forever, right? It ceaseth forever. Now here the word ceaseth is chadal, right? Chadal, to stop, to leave, to let it go, right? Here it says v'yekara pidyona nafsham v'chadal le'olam. So here 2 parts of the verse. First part, now notice in the Hebrew this is not parenthetical. We notice that sometime in the English translation, they will arbitrarily put some things in parentheses and say it's a parenthetical. But then in the Hebrew, these things were not in parentheses. I just wanted to point that out right there. But with yekar and yekar, what is yekar? from yakar. Yakar is something very valuable, right? Yakar is like it's precious, it's valuable. Yakar here, right? Here is the root verb here. To be precious, to be appraised, is highly valued, it's highly esteemed. With yakar, and it's highly esteemed, right? Pidion, the redemption, right? The pidion, what we saw in the earlier verse from Exodus 21 and 30, right? We had the kofar, right? In the previous verse, and then in the quote, both words, kofar and pidion, was there. And here in the psalm, in one verse, it brings out the kofar. In the following verse, it brings out the pidion, the redemption. So here it says, for the redemption of their soul, precious, or Yekar pidion nafsham, and precious redemption of nafsham, their nefesh, their souls, their psyche, with chadal, and ceasing and ending and stopping and leaving undone. You got to leave it alone. When people say leave it alone, this is a sense of the chadal, right? Chadal, lack it, leave it, desist, let it go, right? Let it go. With chadal le'olam, and it must be let alone forever. It must be let go forever. You have to give it up. You know what I mean? Because what ransom can we give, for a loved one? You know what I mean? What can we pay? You know what I mean? How much? And will that do anything? You got to let it go. It's almost like it's a way of saying you got to let it go within the Hebrew sense. V'chadal le'olam, right? Leave it alone forever. Let it go. V'chadal le'olam. So what do we have here? First of all, yekar. It is costly. It is too costly. This word yekar from yakar is not just highly prized. It can be brought out as it's too expensive. You cannot, even the richest of the rich men can't afford that. He don't got enough money. If it could be bought, he wouldn't have enough, right? It is beyond the means of a wealthy man to offer a ransom, right? A kofar, get pidyon, right? Redemption, to save his friend's life, right? When Yahweh Eloheinu has decreed, right, his death, or has allowed the decree of death. You know what I mean? Allowed. So it's not really Elohim. Remember, he put that in Satan, in Satan's power. Yeah, that's what the Bible says. Because sometimes we say that, God came and he took this one and that one. I know it sounds nice because at the time we're suffering so much, with the loss of a loved one. But strictly Bible speaking, right, that is false, right? Because we know those who he took, even biblically speaking, he took Enoch, you know what I'm saying? But then it says that, and he who has to destroy, he will have the power over death, that is the devil. Doesn't it say that? That he came to destroy, he who has the power over death, that is Satan, that is the devil. So why, when this thing called death tends to happen, people tend to try to say that it's God doing it, but then the Son of God, he says opposite. So either they're correct, right, who have not seen their Elohim, or the Son who's seen him and declared him is correct. Just a kind of a point right there. And it must be let alone forever. Forever, ever. V'chadal le'olam. Well, the word forever, olam, le'olam, doesn't really mean forever, ever in this Western Gentile sense. It has to do with time. Time past, time future. You see what it says? Ancient time is le'olam. The same word that's translated in some places as forever is the same word that's translated as ancient time or long time, right? It has a sense down here of concealed, which is beyond man's realm, like the vanishing point. When speaking of time, it is time out of mind. You see right here, we think of forever in the olam sense as being like forever future. But by studying the Hebrew, it's obviously that the word olam, when it says chadal v'chadal le'olam, must be let alone forever. It must be left alone. Leave it alone till time out of mind, right? Practically speaking, eternity. But notice when it says generally time out of mind. So it can be time past or time future. This teaches us that the moment is precious. See what I'm saying? When we understand the real meaning of the word forever from the Hebrew, it shows us that the moment is precious. Because the word forever in the Hebrew conception, it speaks of time. From olam, speak about time that goes beyond what we can see or understand, because the root of olam is actually alam. Alam means that which is concealed and hidden. Right? And notice in terms of time and use in the Hebrew scriptures, the olam is sometimes used with time in time future to say eternity, but often it's also used of olam of time, right? In speaking about time past. So what is left? We have time future and time past. We just have the moment. That's why it says, "Wechada le'olam," right? Leave it alone. It were useless to think of attempting such an impossible transaction. Imagine making a transaction, right? You know, against death. You know, against death. You know what I mean? Like to stop death or to prevent death. I mean, you're gonna spend money. You're gonna give wealth. You're gonna buy it. How much do you have? It? You don't even have enough. Even if it were to be bought, it's an impossible transaction. You know, it's almost saying, if I rule the world, it's a possible transaction. You know what I'm saying? This verse is parenthetical, many say, right? And verses 9, right, verses the next verse right here, it continues actually the thought of verse 7. So why they put this verse in parenthesis? The only it's something redeeming factor of putting it in parenthesis is because the next verse is going to continue from the previous verse. So verse 7 we just had is going to be continued in thought. So this is like a kind of like in a song when somebody's singing and then there's like another voice singing another chorus, another line across it, and then it continues with the forward verse. That's what this line is. So it's not really in parentheses, but if you understand the flow of the psalm, you can see it's a different layer. It's like when people laid out their tracks, it's like a backing vocal in a sense. It's like an echo, if you always what I'm trying to say right here. So here to verse 9, the eighth verse, right? The ninth verse right here. So here the ninth verse is going to continue what the seventh verse left off. So we have these verses: no man can by any means redeem his brother, nor give to Elohim a ransom for him. It's too costly is the redemption of their soul. It must be left alone forever, right? That he should still live always, right? That he should still live forever and not see corruption. So this really continues from the idea, nor give to Elohim a ransom for him, that he should still live forever and not see corruption, right? The other line there was like kind of like a backing vocal, an echo, in a sense, too costly, the redemption of their soul. So it's like if there's a singer singing in the foreground, the background singers would be saying, too costly is the redemption for their soul. Leave it alone forever. It must be left alone forever. And then the forward verse connecting with, nor give to God a ransom for him, that he should still live, or that he should still live forever, not see corruption. Here, right? Wiyechi od la netzach lo yireh ha-shachat, that he would not see what? Shachat. Shachat, this is the word for pit. Remember we went through Numbers chapter 16, where they went down alive or quick into the pit. The pit there was Sheol, right? But this is the word for pit, right? Shachat, pit. You see how they say pit of hell? So you get the connection right there, right? A pit, right? Destruction, figuratively, or a trap, right? So we od la netzach. Notice here, we just had forever. Didn't we have forever just in the previous verse? That he should live, that he should chai. We yechi. He living on. He continuing to live. La netzach. Netzach. Here we have netzach. Right? Netzach. Notice that netzach here is translated as forever, but it's not the same as the word olam. So the point here, let's understand what these words really mean, right? You know what I mean? Because sometimes the generalization, right? We miss the nuances. Netzach here is forever, but it's not dealing with time in that sense, right? Where it says that he should live on, right, forever, la netzach, in perpetuity. It has a sense of perpetuity, but it also can mean victory, right? The enduringness of life, right? That somehow he can endure through time. No, he's limited to time. You know, like the Almighty, for example, the Almighty, right? He has netzach, right? He has victory, he has preeminence because he was here before he created everything, time, and when there is no more time, he still exists, right? So this is the sense of forever in this sense. So here, the seeing the pit, of course, is a poetical, not the poetical sense, but literally it is saying experience death, as we have in Psalm 16. In Psalm 16, verse 10. In Psalm 16, verse 10. Excuse I right here. Let's go Psalm 16, verse 10. Right, just for a moment right here. I'm trying to recall this off the rip. Okay, here we go. Oh, wow. This is beautiful here. You know why this is beautiful here? Because it both has the sense of pit and Sheol that we've been speaking about on this podcast here. The word hell right here is Sheol. We touched on that, remember? So they went alive down in the Korah episode. They went live down into the pit, but the Hebrew word is Sheol. Here they translate as hell. So they went alive down into hell, right? And it says, for thou will not leave my soul in Sheol. You see that? When we talk about how the righteous go to Sheol and the wicked go to Sheol, but the righteous go to a good, you could say a good state, a good standing, like the bosom of Abraham, and the wicked go to the place of torment like the rich man went to. You see what I'm saying? But notice for the righteous, there was the expectation of being brought up when Moshiach came, right? Therefore, we have the new covenant and, we could connect the dots. For thou will not leave my soul in Sheol, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One. Now, Holy One here is not Kadosh. It is Hasid, like Hasidic, Hasid, like the attribute of Yahweh, Chesed, the loving, kind one, the merciful one, right? That's why Yeshua said, be ye perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect, right? His attribute is Hasid, right? He is loving, kind. He is generous. He is loving, kind. And therefore, if we say we have experienced the kindness, the loving kindness of the Almighty, therefore we should pass it on. Check? So the Hasid is the Holy One in this sense here. Right? So there's other Holy One, and that's Kadosh. Just to make that distinction there. Right? So it seems like English is deficient of words. I don't know. Right? But it seems like English is deficient of words. Right? Neither wilt thou suffer thine Hasideka, thy Hasid, right, to see, right, the pit or the shahat, to see the pit, right? So here we have this psalm right here. What's this brought out? Shahat here and shachet. Okay. The difference here, we have Acts of the Apostles 2:27, New Covenant. Because thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, right? Now notice here, we have New Testament, right? It's quoting the Old Testament, the Hebrew. Here is Hades. So this tells us that Hades equals Sheol. Check, right? Neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption, right? To see diaphtora. Wow, that sounds difficult, right? Diaphtora, right? Corruption, destruction. So here, right, when it shows the LXX, shachet is like to say destruction, and shahat is the pit. Shahat, the pit, shachet, destruction, right? So Tell them vowels do matter, right? The proper spirit, right, to the letter of the law matters. Shachet is destruction. So in the LXX, it translated the Hebrew shahat, pit, as destruction, right? The pit as a place of being destroyed. You know what I mean? So here, we have this here. Ki lo tazob nafshi alishiog. Lo titein nachasedeka lirota shachat or lirota shachet. To see shachat, the pit, or lirot shachet, to see destruction or to see corruption, right? Like destruction, breakdown, right? So here, this is linked, as we can see right here, to this in theme, right? Even from the Psalms, right? So we can paint the big picture, right? But be it as it may it as it be, the Yod verse right here, right? The Yod verse, right? For he seeth wise men die, right? So men of wisdom, they're very wise, but their wisdom can't stop death. They die too. Likewise, the fool. So a wise man who's very wise, live his life wisely, and even the foolish person and the brutish, the stupid person, the brutish is like stupid, right? The brutish person perish and leave their wealth to others. The brutish person, right? The Ba'ar. You see, brutishness, stupidity. So the fool and the stupid person, right? Interesting. We always would think that the fool is the stupid person. But here, the scripts make a distinction, right? The brutish, one who's like cattle. They're almost like, the cattle is better in a sense, right? But here. So you see that this universal kind of judgment happens to them all, regardless of what kind of person they are. Ki yireh Hakamim. Ki yireh Hakamim. Ki yireh, for he sees, because he sees. Ki yireh, because he sees. Hakamim. He see the wise ones. Yamutu. He see the wise ones deaded on. He see the wise ones dying. Ki yireh Hakamim yamutu. Yachad, together, Kasil, the fool, Wa Ba'ar, and the stupid or the brutish, Yovedu, they perish, right? They are lost and perish, right? Like lost and perish in death in that sense. We're Azbu, right? And they leave, they azab, we're Azbu, and they leave, La Acherim, and they leave to others, acherim, they leave to other, like other people, chelam, they leave to other people their wealth or their power, their chayil. So here we have the word for wealth, right, as chayil, right? Same as we have in the Ethiopic when we say power and might, like Haile Selassie, and that's in power and might of the Trinity, the power, chayil. So in Hebrew, this word often means like might and power, but might and power in one of three ways, like force. It can mean the force or the power, the force of men. You got a lot of men, you got chayil. You have the force of means, some sort of means, whether it's wealth or other resources, you have chayil, right? So this is the sense of chayil here in chaylam. They leave their power or their wealth, right? La acherim. They leave it to acherim. They leave it to other people, right? So here it begins off, it says, ki yireh, for he sees. Ki yireh, for he sees. Like we see in life, right? Hakamim, right? There's the wise one, the hakam ones. The hakam ones, a wise man is hakam. Hakamim is the wise ones, right? He sees that the wise ones. It must be obvious to the wealthy that death comes to all men, right? In spite of them having all this wealth, it must be obvious to them that death comes to all, right? Whatever their character or status. So it must be obvious to them that ultimately their wealth cannot save them. Although a solemn try, right? Wise men die. Wisdom, chokmah, as mentioned earlier, right? That is far superior to riches, wisdom, true wisdom from above, Chokmah, is far superior to riches. This in itself, it does not bring exemption, because one is very wise. So the Hakamim Yamutu, they die. And what about the Kesil? Kesil. The Kesil is the stupid, the fool, the dullard. Now, Kesil is like the fathead, the fathead, Kasal, right? Foolish, right? The foolish, right? It literally means to be fat. You know what I mean? Like, you remember on All in the Family, what's his name? Archie was called his son-in-law Meathead to imply that he was stupid. But it tend to have a little bit of a sense of that. The Kasil, right? The Kasil and the Ba'ar. Ba'ar, the brutish or the stupid person, right? So we have these two categories of people, but what happened? Yovedu, they are abad. They perish, they vanish away, right? They are exterminated, they perish. They go lost and astray, right? From the way of life, they perish, right? The verb it suggests that all trace of them is lost, right? All trace of them is lost. On the other hand, wise men die. You notice the difference there? It said that wise men, they die. Yamutu, right? But the fool and the brutish, the kasil and the ba'ar, right? Yobedu, right? They perish, but at the root of the word perish, it means like to get lost, right? So on the other hand, wise men die. Their life comes to an end, the wise men who die. But the effect of their activity survives. So even here, there's a distinction, right, between what it says concerning the wise men. Though the wise men die, notice that the fool and the brutish person perish. This means that the wise men, although they die, the end, so to speak, comes. The effect of their activity, of their wisdom, continues, right? But the fool and the brutish, they perish. All trace of them, so to speak, is lost, right? And then it says this, and leave their wealth to others, right? They leave their wealth to others. At death, class distinction based upon material possessions that they possessed in life at once it ceases. In the hour of a man's departure from the world, neither silver nor gold nor jewels can really accompany him. Yeah, you can bury people with those things, but it's not really gone with them. They already are gone. You know what I'm saying? It's symbolic. You know what I mean? It doesn't really accompany them. But only Torah, Yahweh's direction, instructions, and good deeds and good works, right? Only the Torah, right, and good works, you know what I mean, is what really accompany ones, right? Seeing that this is what he who be, judge man on, right? He judged man based on the proximity or the remoteness of his way, truth, and life, right? And then the fruit. You judge every tree by the fruit, and the good works, the good deeds. That there is from the Perkei Avot, the advice or ethics of the patriarchs. Once again, this verse here, Ki Yereh Hakamim Yamutu, Yachad, Kesil wa Ba'ar Yovedu, We Azbu La Acherim Chelam. Here to the 11th verse right here, right? Here we have their inward, still continuing on wealth and death. And notice that mainly it's not focusing on the poor people so much, right? It's focusing on what's wrong with those who wealth, right, deceives them and fools them. You know what I mean? And makes a fool of them. What is wrong with them, right? You'll notice that the point here is on wealth and death. Because when the wealthy die, right, they come down. They can't take none of that wealth in the next life and say, hey, I'm a rich man. I mean, look at that rich man in Lazarus. He couldn't even afford bottled water. He didn't even have a bottle of water, right, where he was, right? But it must be obvious that Lazarus in Abraham's bosom, he had what he needed. Otherwise, why would he say send him, dip his finger in, some water and come this way? Their inward thought, right? What was their inward thought? Yeshua also gives a couple of other parables too about the similar condition, as we have here in the psalm. Their inward thought, their house is forever, right? The italics is not there. We're not going to bother with it. Their inner thought, their houses forever, their dwelling places to all generations. They call lands. They call lands after their own names. They call lands after their own names for a generation, to all generation, a generation. You know, it's about generational wealth. You see it here in the verse. It says their dwelling places, their homes and family estates, right, to all generations. Literally in the Hebrew, to a generation. You know how that generation wealth, right? They want to pass it on to their grandchildren and their great grandchildren and so forth and so on. That is what their thought, that's what their thinking is. Don't we see this in the so-called real world, right? Their thought, their thinking, right? Here, let's just get this right here. So here, Kivram and Kibam, Kibram, Kirbam. Okay, this is interesting here. The LXX, the Greek, and the Targum and the Syrian, they have Kivram, their graves, Kivram is like their graves, Kivram, right? And then next to the MT, well, actually, this one over here that I highlighted, this is Kirbam, Kirbam. And Kirbam is like in the midst of them, So the Masoretic says their inward thought in the midst of them. The LXX, the Septuagint says Kivram, their graves, their sepulchres, right? Their graves or their sepulchres, right? So that's what the difference of that is, Kirbam or Kivram. It's almost like the letters are, someone was dyslexic when they were translating you know, the idea into the LXX, right? So we're going with the Masoretic right here we go, the inward thought, right? Kirabam, their Kirabam. See, some read it as Kivram, from the Keber, right? The Keber, Qereb is different than Qeber. So that's what I was just showing right there. But we're going with the Masoretic, the midst, the inner part, right? Kirbam, right? Batemo li olam. Kirbam, Batemo li olam. So in the innermost of the innocent, right? The inner thought is Kirbam, what's in the midst of them, right? The inner thought, Batemo, their houses, li olam. Their houses will continue. Their houses will go on till time indefinite. You know, will be like in perpetuity. You know, like they keep passing on their estates, you know, from their, you know, to their children's children, right? Misha kanotama ledor wador, and their mishkanot, right? Their dwelling places, mishkan, the dwelling place, like the tabernacle, mishkanotam, their mishkanot, right? Mishkanotam ledor wador, right? The door, a generation, wa and dor vador, the dor wador. Will go from one generation, you know, like the generation the father passed it to the son, right? That's the generation, and the son passes the grandson, and the grandson passes the great grand. You get that idea right there. So that's the second part right there, and it says, karu, Bia Shemotam. They call Bi Shemotam by their names, Ale, Adamot. They call, right, by their names, like upon lands. They call their names on lands, on Adamot, right, on different grounds. You know, they claim different grounds, you know, for their family or their family estate names right here. So what do we have here? Let's break this verse down. The inward thought is, right? Right? Kirbam Batemo le'olam. The inner thought, kirbam, right? The only consolation that the rich can have is that their property remains in the possession of their descendants. Think about that. That's one of the main consolation that the rich, right, can, so to speak, have, is that their property remains in possession of their generations, their descendants, and that their name, is perpetuated by being attached to their estates. This is what this is bringing out here. And, there's a lot that we can look at in today's latter day times and see the principle of this over and over again. But here, moving to the Yod Beit verse right here, right? So we can seal up this section, and really get to the last part right here. Today's daily psalm, Death the Leveler. Nevertheless, man in honor abideth not. He is like the beast, perish. He like the beast perish, right? He like the beast perish. What do we have here? With Adam, right? And Adam, man in general, man, human being, right? With Adam, Bikar, and Adam in Yakar, you see the Yakar in value, in preciousness and honor, and splendor and pomp. Like even Adam, even a man in pomp and splendor and, all of that, valuable, right? With Adam, Bikar, right? Bikar, Baal Yalin. He does not Yalin. He doesn't noon, lean. He doesn't lodge. He doesn't pass the night. Like he doesn't continue. He don't remain, right? With Adam, Bikar, Baal Yalin. Nimshal, he resembles Nimshal. What it be like? What he be like? Notice the word mashal. Remember, mashal is as a noun is the word for proverb, parable. Here we have mashal as the verb. So mashal as a verb is to represent, to be like. Mashal as a noun is a parable, right, or a proverb. So when it says nimshal is the nephal. You see the nephal? To liken, to be like, to be similar. So here in the verse it says nimshal. That means he be like, he resembles nimshal ka behemoth. He resembles the behemoths. The behemoth. What is a behemoth? Behemoth is cattle, is beast and cattle. The beast and cattle, he's like cattle. He's like livestock, whether domesticated animal or wild beast. He's like cattle. He resembles cattle. Nimshalaka behemota nidmu. That do what? That dama, that are put to silence. Nidmu. The root is dama. Dama means to cease, right? To cease, to be destroyed, right? Here we have the nephil, right? Nidmu. They are cut off. They are undone, right? They are cut off. Now this word, notice, it's at the site of the theophany, right? So it's saying like in the site of when God appears, like theophany means like the appearance of God. When God appears, it's like they are cut off. They're like cattle. Almost like the idea is almost like how animals are slaughtered for like a feast. It's almost like that same sense. Because they're not man because they're in honor, right? They abide not. They are like the beasts that perish. So even though they have a lot of possession and precious things of this life, remember the case of the rich man vis-a-vis Lazarus right there. So man abideth not in honor, right? A better translation of this is that man abideth not in honor. Where Adam, Bikar, Bal Yalin, right? So man in splendor abideth not. Man in splendor, the bling bling and the precious things, he abideth not. He doesn't endure in that sense. All that he prides himself on, his accumulation of land and other forms of property, it basically avails him nothing. Physically, his end is the same as that of cattle, right? What's different than him and the cattle? You know what I mean? It's basically the same. You know what I mean? So right here, getting through the wealth and death portion, right? That sober warning to the rich, right? Think about the parable of Yeshua in Luke chapter 16. Last part here, the vanity of wealth. So vanity in Hebrew means that something is like, it's fleeting, it's passing away. It's like, like a puff of smoke. It's here one moment and then the wind blows it away. It's not really sustainable, right? You know what I mean? Yes, it exists, but it doesn't have any sustainability, no real permanency in it. So the vanity of wealth, right? The triumph of the upright, right? So what he's speaking about is not even the wealth itself. It's speaking about man's mind and man's mindlessness, like how man, think of it, right? Triumph of the upright. Remember when Yeshua said how hard it is to get into the kingdom, like for the rich? He didn't say it was impossible. He said for most people that have money, having that money and having wealth makes it very hard for them, right? But not because of the money, right? But the love of it. You remember it said the love of money. Money itself is not evil, it's a tool. But the love of it is like vanity. Why are you loving it? It's just a tool. You know what I mean? Like, do you love toilet tissue? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? In a sense, but you use it just to show it like that. You could know sometimes religious folks or people speaking Bible things will make it seem like, these things are inherently evil instead of what is your inward thought. So here we have this section here, picking up here, right, with this 13th, right, this 13th verse, Yod Gimel. This their way, their folly. Check it out. Everything that preceded, right, in the preceding section, this their way, their folly. Yet their posterity approve their sayings. Selah, pause. Got to go to the bridge here, Selah. Got to have an interlude right there. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Now, what's being said here? Everything that we have read previously in the previous section, KJV wise, verses 5 to 12, right, about wealth and death, right, especially the most preceding things, it is speaking about this is their way. This is, the tree by its fruit. You see this fruit? It's that kind of tree. This their way is their folly. But notice what it says, yet their posterity approve their sayings. Well, my great-great-grandfather said that you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And ain't like, what the hell? This guy's quoting his great-grandfather, and basically he did it by enslaving other human beings and dehumanizing them. That's how he got his wealth. So they're going to give us, how they give us these sayings sometimes? You know what I mean? These weirdo sayings. It's often the sayings of their former progenitors. This their way. Here it says Ze Darkam Kesel Lamo. This their way is the foolishness for them. Ze Darkam Kesel Lamo. With Achareihem, and those who come after them, Acharei, after him, them, they who come after them, with Achareihem, Be Fihem, in their mouth. Be in fi mouth hem, in the mouth of them, yirtzu. They take delight in the mouth of them. So like those, like their descendants after them, after, the previous generation of this generational wealth that was built on even fraud and corruption, they will continue to quote what their great-great-grandpappies, who first, enslaved, the once lost now found, all these sayings. Well, he worked hard for it and da 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 da. So it's kind of interesting. I think ISV says this is the fate of those who are foolish and of those who correct their words after they speak. No, that's a bad translation. That's a bad translation. It doesn't match the Hebrew there. Let's look at some of the other translations here for a moment. This is the destiny of fools and of those who approve of their philosophy. That brings out the sense right there, who approve of their philosophy. Like, give us a teacher of his majesty. We don't want no devil's philosophy. This is the destiny of those who are foolish and those who approve their sayings. Their sayings become, in modern terms, their philosophies. Zed darkam keselamo, we achrehema befihema yirtzu, selah. Right? They approve, they take delight. They take delight in them. So the foolish, right? Who are the foolish? Let's scroll up here, right? Right? The foolish, this is their folly. This is their kesel. Kesel. Now, kesel, we touched on it in the earlier verse. Kesel, right? It can mean, in an animal, it's the loins and flank of an animal. So literally in the animal, it's the loins of an animal and the flank, right? That's literal, right? If figuratively, it's stupidity, right? Folly, right? It can mean a certain sort of a confidence and a hope. You know, like sometimes one would have a confidence and a hope, and it might seem like folly or stupidity, but literally it means fatness. That has to do with the fat, because in the literal sense, the direct literal sense, because there's always the figure of speech. So the figure of speech is a fool, like he's fat, fatness. You know, like the loins and the flank, right? The loin, the seed of the fat leaf. But in the figurative sense, as you can see, it's silliness. It's like silliness. Now it says in a good sense is trust. Good sense is trust. Now, you know, we have the letter of the law, but the figure, right, or the spirit of the law is different. In the spirit of the sense right here, it is as the foolish, right? Those who are foolishly self-confident, right? Those who are foolishly like kind of self-trusting or trusting in their wealth, like even the rich man or the man who had the barn and we're going to tear down the barns and you're going to have all these wonderful days and everything, and then know that that was it, right? They approve of their sayings, right? Now, literally here in the Hebrew, right, Yirtzu, the word Yirtzu from Ratzah, right? He was pleased, he favored, he accepted, he was pleased, Ratzah. Yirtzu, they were pleased, they are pleased, they accept, right? They approve, they find pleasure, literally in the Hebrew, befihem yirtzu, it's literally in the Hebrew saying they find pleasure in their mouth, like the mouth of their predecessors, right? They adopt the same attitude, right, as their predecessors. And they too will meet with the like and the same fate as their ancestors, as their predecessors. So sometimes, there we go. Give thanks for that right there. Hebrew, delight in their mouth. Befihem yirtzu. Befihem yirtzu. Right? Befihem yirtzu. Right? They delight in their mouth. Right? Literally. Right? So right here to the Yod Dalet, the 14th verse, here in the last section, that speaks on vanity of wealth, right? Especially in the wrong state of mind, right? And the triumph of the upright, right? So here, let's read this one right here. Like sheep, they are laid in the grave. Death shall feed on them, and the upright shall have dominion over them in the morning. And their beauty shall consume in the grave from their dwelling, right? The key words here, beauty is strength, right? And here in the grave from, or bringing out the Hebrew sense, the grave being an habitation to every one of them. So remember who it's speaking of, right? It's not just speaking of just the poor people, you know, poor righteous people. No, it's speaking about these rich, right? Addressing with the problem of evil when it's connected with wealth, right? Katzon lishol shatu maveta yiraim wa yirdu abam ye sharim laboker we suram le balota sheol mizabul lau. This is breaking down the whole verse right here. It has a couple of parts to it. Let's bring it out like this. Like sheep, they are appointed, right, for the nether world. Katzon li sheol shatu, right? Shatu. Death shall be their shepherd, right? Mavet, Mawet, Yiraim. And the upright shall have dominion, right? And the upright shall have dominion over them in the morning. Wa Yirdu Bam, Yisharim Laboker. And their form, their semblance, their form, right? With Suram, their form shall be for the netherworld, right? Or Sheol to wear, right? To wear away. Surama le balota Sheol, right? That there be no habitation for it. Mizabul Lawu. Just breaking down these parts here of this phrase. You can probably see it a little easier. The diacritical marks, the semicolons, the commas, and the parsing of the verse. So right here, what we have. First part first, ka son. Like sheep, it says here, but in the Hebrew, it more better will be like a flock. Like a flock. In the flock, they're not just sheep, they are also goat. Remember when Messiah spoke of the sheep and the goat? So the word here is son. Son means small cattle, right? It's called sheep, but really it's sheep and goat. Sheep and goat. The small cattle is usually of the sheep and goat, right? The sheep on the right hand, the goat on the left hand. You get the idea right there. Corresponding to the previous, right, verse 12, where it said, like the beasts that perish. Their wealth cannot save them from descent, from going down to Sheol, right? Going down to Sheol, where death, right, as it were, takes control or management, right, of them. So here, like sheep, they are laid in the grave. And when it says death shall feed, you see what it says, death shall feed on them. The Hebrew of this brings out the sense of death shall shepherd them. See this here. They will travel to Sheol like sheep or like a flock, right? There'll be sheep and goat, right? The righteous and the unrighteous according to the type, right? With death as their shepherd. So where it says right here, it says Mavet, Yiraim will shepherd them. The godly or the upright will rule over them when the day of vindication dawns. Now, it doesn't say day of vindication, but from the Hebrew sense, it says, Wayirdu Bam Yisharim Laboka, and they will rule Bam upon them, the Yisharim. In the parable of Moshiach, you see where Lazarus now is ruling over the rich man. The rich man is begging Abraham to send Lazarus, Eliezer, right, to dip a finger in cold water and come and give him a drink, right? But we can see where the Lazarus is the Yisharim, right? And the Laboker, right? Right, it says, and the upright shall have dominion over them in the morning. In the Hebrew, it's not in the morning. Laboker is to the morning or of the morning, like for the morning, for the dawn, right? For the dawn, right? And it says here, it says Sheol will consume their bodies, right? Or their semblances, and they will no longer live in impressive houses. Now, that right there, it doesn't mention houses, but it does connect the dots. I just want to show you the part about, okay, this one is a little bit better. They are appointed as a flock, not just sheep, but sheep and goat, a flock for Sheol. Death shall be their shepherd, right? The upright, the Yisharim, those who are Yashar, right, shall have dominion over them, right? Laboka, for the morning, for the dawn, like when the new day, right? You could say, the good news, right? In that sense, when the new comes, the upright, those are they who have been the victims of the lawlessness of the rich, right? Or the wealthy, right? Who have used their power to exploit and to downpress the poor, right? Then they triumph over them, right? These are these right here. Let me see if I can find the Hebrew. Here's the word Yashar, Yisharim, the upright ones, right? In the morning, right? La Boka. So here we have the Boka. So often we'll say Lila Tov, good night, and Boker Tov, Boker Tov. The Boker is like the morning or the dawning, is like the break of day, at the end of the night, the coming of the light, even the true light. It is doubtful, some say, whether this means the morning of resurrection. Now, the notes say that, but I say it does refer to the resurrection sense, a very Hebrew Judaic sense that we have more fully developed in the Brit Hadasha, in the new covenant, right? After the night of death, right? The word is used metaphorically as well of the light of deliverance after the darkness of suffering. What does it say when Yeshua came in the world? That those who sat in darkness, you know what I mean? Have seen that great and that true light, right? We have this as well in Psalm 40, right? Psalm 46, round about verse 5, Hebraically verse 6, Psalm 46, right? Their form, let's scroll it up here, right? Their form or suram, right? Here we have the word sur. Notice the word sword is rock. I know the word sword is rock, but this has something to do with, let's see if we can bring this out to the root sense. There's another word which means, let's see how many words they have. Okay, they have two words there. Good. They have the other word, seer, seer. You see the word seer is idol image, right? But here, really, seer, messenger, envoy. Let's see if we can get to the root. Sore, to bind, to siege, right? You see, it was to show hostility too. But you see the last one, this one right here, you see the third one, to form, to fashion, to delineate. Remember in the beginning it says, and he took the dust of the Adamah, of the ground, and he formed man, right? He formed man, right? So this is the sense of the word here, their form, their perishable body, what they look like, in human flesh, as it were. This will crumble to dust, you know what I mean? Or disintegrate, and finally have no need for an habitation. The last words right here in this verse right here, it is where we go. Mizabul lo, Mizabul lo. Let's go get to it right here. The Mizabul from Zebul. Like Zebulun, like the tribe of Zebulun, Mizbul, Mizbul, right? The perishable body, right? This will crumble to dust and finally have no need for a habitation or Mizabul, right? Lawu, right? But that's one translation. Here it says, shall consume them in the grave, me from Zebul, from the Zebul. What is Zebul? Zebul is the exalted residence, right? Like Zebulun. This is the root of Zebulun. It's a residence, but it's like a high residence from Zabal, to exalt, like an honored dwelling, right? From their honored dwelling, their honored reside and residence. We can see that clearly in the case of the rich man and Lazarus, right? The grave will be an habitation, right? But it's not the grave. The word is not the grave, it's Sheol, right? It's beyond the grave. It's the place where the souls go. Because, like after a person passes and you see their body, right? And of course, you remember them in life. What you remember, the living spirit aspect, the soul, is no longer there. Where has that gone? According to the Hebrew faith and the Hebrew and the ancient conception, that has gone to Sheol, this place right there. So here, to the 15th verse, the 8th Vav, right here, it says, but God, or an Elohim, God will redeem my soul. So even though it's speaking about the common fate of all, notice the psalmist and I here says that yes, this happens. This will happen to them, the rich and everything. But as for us, we know that fate also, since it's common to all. But here's what our faith is: that Elohim will redeem, right? No man can redeem his brother, but Elohim will redeem my soul, my psyche. That's what leaves the body and goes to Sheol, right? From the power of what? Notice it doesn't say grave. The word keber is grave. The word Sheol is the underworld, what's called the underworld, or the place of the souls, the depository of the psyches of the souls, right? My soul from the power here is actually the yad. What is yad? Yad is hand. So Elohim will redeem my soul, right, from the hand of Sheol, right? For he shall receive me. He shall do what? He shall lakach. He shall take me. So remember Yeshua, right? After the crucifixion, the death, burial, right? The descent down into Sheol, the bringing up of the ancient patriarchs and the righteous of the old covenant that had faith in Moshiach and walked in the way, the truth, and the life of Torah, that he would bring them up, right? A very good book to read, that's an early gospel that they suppress, is the Gospel of Nicodemus, right? It goes into more detail that bring out this concept here that we have in the Psalms, right, that we need to know. So what the translator does here, they put grave, and that confuses people, because grave, the real word for Hebrew, grave, is a whole different word. Let's scroll down here so we can just show you quickly right here. You see right here it says what? But Elohim will redeem my soul from the power of Sheol. Of what? Of Sheol, from the power of Sheol. Sheol is the place of the dead, right? Both the righteous and the wicked, with the exception that the righteous go to a right place and the wicked goes to a place of torments, right? Basically, right? So here, let's get the Hebrew of this. It says ak. So ak here means surely. Ak, for sure. Ak, surely. Ak Elohim. Surely Elohim Yifdeh will redeem nafshi, will redeem my soul, my psyche, my nefesh. Ak Elohim Yifdeh nafshi miyad Sheol, from the yad, the hand of Sheol. Ki, for or because, yikacheni, yikache ani, for he will yikache, he will take ani, he will take me. Kia yikacheni, Selah. Now think about this here, Psalm 49. Now this psalm is the psalm that has been appointed from such a time for recitation and reciting in the house of mourning. Think about what it's saying right here with the gospel of the new covenant fulfillment, right? He says here that a man, the psalm says, a man can't redeem his brother no matter how much wealth he has, right? And it speaks about the rich and how the wealth fools them, or they are fools for the wealth, right? And they live this sort of life, right? And down press the poor, right? And have all these hopes and dreams. But then when they think they're above the poor, but actually when they go down, like with Lazarus and the rich man, they are in for a surprise. But not being surprised ourselves, this verse is a powerful verse. Ak Elohim Yifdeh nafshi miyad Sheol kia yikacheni Selah. That truly, for sure Elohim, right? So they don't really translate this correctly. They say but the first word is not but. The first word is ak, not brother. That's ach. The word is ak. Ak mean indeed. You see, surely, it's emphatic, right? It's like howbeit. So what preceded when he's talking about like a flock, they're appointed for Sheol, death is going to be the shepherd, so forth and so on. And then he says, Ak Elohim. He says, indeed, Elohim Yifdeh nafshi will redeem, is going to redeem my soul, right? So this is going to happen to them, right? I might descend into that same place, but here's what I do know, right? Ak Elohim, right? That indeed Elohim, the true good, the true God, Yifdeh nafshi, will redeem my soul. This is why, if we had time to go into the gospel of Nicodemus, right? To really bring that out, right? The gospel of Nicodemus, right? But right here. Did we bring out the verse here? Yeah, we brought the verse here. Let's touch on the notes here. What's the notes here? the power is hand, touched on that right there. And they say the grave is hell. False translation is Sheol. Sheol. It's Sheol, right? It'll be better for them to say Hades than to say grave or hell, because the grave is the kever. Hell is the fireplace in the proper sense, the Gehenna, right? And Sheol, right, is the place that the souls go to. So the bodies tend to go to the kever. The bodies go to a grave. You see what I'm saying? In that sense, generally speaking. You know what I mean? And the wicked in Sheol are in a state of fire, of torment, of flames, like we have with Gehenna, right? Gehenna, right? The fireplace. But the righteous are in a good condition, while they wait what this verse says right here, while they wait the redemption, right, of their soul from the hand of Sheol. Why? For he, right, yikacheni, he will not just receive me, but he will take me from there, right? So redeem my soul. It's a key phrase. Yifteh, the word redeem, fada, ransom, redeem, fada, pada, to sever. He will sever me from that. He will ransom me, right? Release, in that sense, me from that. Release my soul, right? Now, modern commentators, they don't see in the verse an allusion to the doctrine of immortality. So different commentators will give you their view on it. Some might be correct, some might not be correct, but many don't see that in this of immortality, right? I put a big question mark around that. You know what I mean? And the same view, even Judaically, was taken by Rashi, right? Within this, right? Well, he'll redeem my soul from the power of Sheol, right? So my soul from the grave, and you only get to the Sheol, the underworld, or the afterlife if you have passed away, and he will receive me. So that means I still be, and they don't see immortality. Interesting, right? But the psalmist expresses his confidence, right, that unlike the foolish who rely on their wealth to save them from the perils that endanger life, right, he and we, in this sense, in this context, will be protected by Elohim, by the Creator, right? Some interpret this as being protected by the Creator from a premature death. Now, that might be true. We're not saying it's not true. That might be true, right? That they can interpret this as protecting one from a premature death. But I think that it's a kind of a way to try to deny that what's here in the scripture is more fulfilled in the new covenant. That's what I think it is, right? But in the sense of what the verse says, that he will save me from that condition after life and in Sheol and in death. It can also mean that he will protect me from a premature death, yes, but ultimately he will redeem my soul, from Sheol, from the place that ones go in the afterlife. Accordingly, the verse gives the answer to the question, right, that we had earlier in verse 5. You remember verse 5? There's a question. Wherefore should I fear in the days of evil? Why should I fear in the evil days? Right? He will protect me in life, and then even out of this life, right? And in Sheol, he will ransom and redeem me and take me, right, to himself from there. So why should I be afraid? He and we in this faith and spirit and sense have no reason to fear false evidence appearing real, right? Being under and in the divine protection, right? This is what he's distinguishing, right? Himself from those who trusted and who trust in their wealth and in their riches. Now note the Selah there. The Selah is like a pause. It's kind of a bridge. We notice that when the Selah comes in, usually the verse that it precedes it is usually like something that one will be prompted to think on, right? Here, verse 16, be not thou afraid when one is made rich. right? When the glory of his house is increased, right? Al tira kia ya asher ish ki yerbe kavod beito. When the kabur, the glory of beito, of his house, yerbe, when it gets increased, right? So don't be afraid. Al tira, don't fear, don't be afraid. Al tira, ki when ya ashir, right? When one is enriching, right? Ki ya ashir ish, when one, or when a ish, when a man, a ish, right, like a higher man, low and high, right, rich and poor, right, when a man, right, is like, he gets rich, is made rich, right, ya ashir, right, ki ya ashir, to asha, to become rich, or even to pretend to be rich, right, don't, no problem, right, no problem right there. Right? Now, remember the previous verse, power of the netherworld, the hand of Sheol, right? Coming under its sway or influence. Receive me, he will take me from danger in life, right? And also in the afterlife, right? The faith is that he will take me. He will cause me to live in this one. And when the time is time, that even from there, he will take me, right? I wanted to point out Psalm 18. Psalm 18, round about verse 16, right? In the KJV, but the Hebrews verse 17 as a connection. But here, be not afraid. Why? Having learned these lessons himself, right? The speaker here is exhorting and building up others to adopt it. He's saying there's some very important lessons, right, that we need to learn here. About the low man, the regular man, the average man, the big up man, the man of a standing high station, the one who has riches, and the one who's poor, and those who trust in their riches. Right. The lesson to be learned here is al tira. Don't be afraid. Right. Right? Why? Don't be afraid when one is made rich, right? Don't be afraid when one waxes rich, when the wealth of his house, right? The wealth of his house, or the honor of his house, the glory of his house, no doubt due to wealth, or even other considerations, increases. The magnificence of the wealth that wealth can provide, right? So right here, right? It's almost like when it says, "Fret not thyself because of evildoers; be not envious against the workers of iniquity." You know what I mean? So with one, if they get rich, okay, great. You know what I mean? Like, don't be like, "Oh, I hate that one," because that kind of gets you into, that will lead you to fear. That's a form of fear right there. But anyway, the Yod Zayn here, right? The 17th verse right here. Why should we do what we were just told in the previous verse? For when he dieth, right, he shall carry nothing away. Nobody can. Nobody will. Right? His glory shall not descend after him. So while he lives, he got money, he had a high station, right? Whether rightly gained or wrongly, right? But if he trusts in that, right, that's not going to avail him nothing, because he has to leave all that behind, right? You know what I mean? So the poor that have nothing got to leave all or nothing behind. But the rich who trusted in his so-called something, he has to leave that behind too, right? So that's why it says death is the leveler, right? Something to consider. Ki lo be moto yikach hakol lo yereda achrayo ke kavodo. None of his wealth, none of his honor, to say, right, which is a kind of wealth, shall descend after him, right? What do we have right here, right? The thought right here, right? The thought that we have here is found in Job. In Job chapter 1, verse 21, and in Ecclesiastes, right, 5 and 14. So this is building on the best of the wisdom of the wise right here. So for the thoughts here in this verse 17, right, the thoughts here in this verse 17 You'll find more in Job 1:21. I'm curious. I don't know if you are, right? I'm just kind of curious. Let's just go there quickly. Job 1 and what was that, 21? Just to see what it reads, to get familiar with it. What does it say right here? It says, and said, naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. For Yahweh gave, and Yahweh hath taken away. Blessed be the name of Yahweh. This is Job, right? A kind of a Job way of bringing out. But the truth part is that all are born, natural birth, right? Being naked, right? You know what I mean? Being naked. Now, but anyway, let's go to the next verse. Next verse. I don't want to critique, I don't want to critique the righteous Edomite right now, Job, because, everybody loved Job, except those friends, right? Well, they loved him too, but they were kind of hard. Anyway, let's go right here. It says, but those riches perish by evil travail. And he begetteth a son, and nothing in his hand. Wow. But those riches perish by evil travail. Interesting, a couple of cases we could point to, ones that get these riches, then they get arrested, then have to spend all their riches, or other things happen, or those riches cause their life to experience hard situation. And then how about he begetteth a son, right? And there's nothing in his hand. You know what I mean? So it's almost like speaking about the rich and the poor in a context right there, right? But let's go to the next verse right here, just to bring out that thought. Here we're at the Yod Chet, the 18th verse, right here, to seal up this psalm. Though while he lived, he blessed his soul, right? And they will praise you, right? When you do as well to thyself. Ain't that the truth, right? While he lived in his life. Let's bring this out right here. Okay, what's the distinguishment here? All right. Hebrew manuscript Lau, and here is Lak, right? Okay, so the difference is that in the LXX, they praise him, right? To say for him, and in the Masoretic, they will praise you, right? So the Masoretic of this is more personalized. Though while he lived, he blessed his soul, right? And they will praise you, right? So it's given the case of this archetypal type, right? And then it's now directing it to the listener, the hearer right here. So let's bring out the Hebrew right here. It says, Kia nafsho be chayayo yebarek we yoduka kia tetiv lau or ki tetiv lak. So the differences there was that in the Septuagint it says kia tetiv lak, kia tetiv lo. It says when you they'll praise you when they'll praise you when you do good for him, right? They'll praise you when you do good for yourself. So the Septuagint is kind of off there. We'll stick with the Masoretic on this one, right? Kia tetiv lak, right? When you do as well, tetiv, yatab, tetiv, when you do that which is good, right? Lak, for yourself, right? Let's bring this out. So while he lived, bechayayo, in his life, right? So it's giving an example of him, and then it's applying it to the listener. In his life, having had his portion, with that he was satisfied during his lifetime. And I keep saying this in this one, but it applies. It's like the rich man and Lazarus, right? He blessed his soul. You get that right there? He did what? He blessed his soul, right? It says, Ki nafsho bechayayo, right? Yevarek. Bechayayo Yevarek. He blessed himself. That's interesting there, right? He congratulated himself on his prosperity and his power, but he blessed his own soul. It's almost like, in a sense, They say in law, like, uh, uh, what is a lawyer like that have himself for a client is a fool. Like if you self-represent yourself in that sense. I forget exactly the statement, but y'all know what I'm alluding to right there. That have himself for a client is a fool. It's like this man right here, right? This archetypal, wealthy kind of fool. Though while he lived, he blessed his soul. He congratulated himself, right, on his prosperity and power, right? Men will praise you or they will praise you. Yoduka, Yoduka. They'll praise the eye. Kia tetiv lak. They'll praise the eye when you do good for yourself, when you benefit yourself, right? And even though they will praise you when you do as well for yourself. The words here are somewhat parenthetical, and they address to this type of person. He not only indulges in self-flattery and self-congratulations, right, but others also praise him when he uses his influence and his influential position to enrich himself, right, and also thereby oppress others, right? Because there's consequences. So right here to the Yod 8. Let's get this, seal this right here. We have he. What will happen to him? Well, he shall go. He shall go. He shall go. Right? He shall go to the generation of his fathers. He'll have to get gone, right? Because they shall never see light. Wow. This verse here, right? Right here it says he. Notice it tells us in the Hebrew that the soul, not he, but the soul, right? The soul. Let's bring this out right here. It says tabo adadora abotai ada netzach lo yeru or. He would not see or. Lo yeru, right? Or really, they will not see. Not seeing, they not seeing or. They will not see, right? They will not see light. So here, it's interesting. See when it says he shall go, it doesn't say soul, right? It's speaking of the soul, but in the verb is bo. Bo is the verb, right? Here is saying tabo. Tabo, right? Tabo is like she will go. So this is how we know it's speaking of the soul, right? So say he shall go. Well, he's going to die. So say if it's a man, the man will die. But his soul, according to the Hebrew, is feminine. All souls are she, right? So it's actually like she shall go. So when he died, his soul shall go, right? Ad dor, representative of who he be, abotaya, to the generation of his patriarchs, Adonetzah, right? Going on like to the generation of his patriarchs, when it says shall never, right? This is an interesting concept here. They will never again, Adonetzah, right? In perpetuity, like never again, right? Lo yeru or, never again to see like the light of this realm, right? There's other lights, but it's not like this light, right? Where the souls will go. So here there's a whole Hebrew conception in the scripture from the old covenant to the new of the place of souls, the existence of souls. You know what I mean? So here, in this, it shall go. The subject is his soul, tabo. It shall go. She shall go, right? And that is from the preceding. Remember the preceding verse, right? Though while he lived, he blesses her. He blesses his soul, right? And they will praise you when you do well for yourself, right? Well, she shall go to the generation of his fathers, right? They shall never, right, to see light, right? So what's being brought out here? The generation of his fathers. This is an idiom. This is an ancient Hebraicism of dying. So if somebody says, yo, what happened to so-and-so? Oh man, he went to the generation. They went to the generation, their patriarchs, their fathers. They was the fathers. It's basically another way, a Hebrew idiom of saying dying, right? Like he was gathered to his fathers, right? He was gathered to his patriarchs. They shall never. Better is who shall never see, right? They shall never see. Ad netzah lo yir'u, or they will never see, or they will never see the or, the light, right? Walk in the light. While we have the light, walk in the light, right? For him, as for them, the darkness, Sheol was said to be a place of gloom and of darkness, right? A different type of, not like this realm, right? And this is said to be in perpetuity, right? In other words, not when we say forever, not forever ever for the righteous, but it's still who knows the time. You know what I mean? Right? But here come the judge. So here, verse 20, the Kaf verse. Here to seal up the Kaf Aleph. So here with all of this, right? To see, wow, look at that. You see what they did? Man, what was I saying about Adam? Adam in the Hebrew sense means mankind, or more better, humanity. So you see that right there? Humanity. Right? So we have humanity right there. Right? So here it says man in honor. Man who's in honor. The word here, yekar, remember, value, pomp, splendor, all of the accoutrements of wealth, right? Right? Man, Adam, humanity, the human being that's in honor, and understandeth not. See, now it's going to give us the key right here. Right? Not saying that wealth is bad, right? Or even position, but what does it say? Man, or the human being that's in the yekar, right? Be yekar, Adam be yekar, right? Man, the human being that's in honor and understandeth not, with lo yavin, and does not understand, does not really discern between this and that, right? Does not understand, is like the beast. Perish. It's like the beast perish, right? It's like the beast that perished. Nimshal, ka behemot, nidmu. They perish, or in the Hebrew sense, right? Not just so much perish, but they are ceased. This word can also mean like to be silent. You see what it says? A primitive root, they are dumb, right? They are silent, right? They are silent just like the beast, So the key here is about understanding, right? That's why the psalm opened up with wisdom, right? With wisdom and understanding, right? When he opens up and brings this message, right, to Israel, right, and the other nations, to Jew and Gentile alike, you know what I mean? It has a universal import, right? And it seals up right here that Adam, or the human being, whoever he be, if he's in honor, right, and he does not understand, right, discern this, right, you know what I mean? The principle that says in the Bible, to whom more is given, more is required. It's something like that. He has more he's been given, but it's not just he's been given this for himself, to pomp and aggrandize himself, and think it would be any easier afterward, right? But actually the psalm tells us it will actually be more different, and Moshiach give us the rich man and Lazarus. And here we have a repetition of verse 12. Have you noticed that? Here's a repetition of the 12th verse, but with a slight difference, right? Notice the substitution here of understandeth not for abideth not. Man that is in honor abideth not. Here it says man that is in honor and understandeth not, right? And the phrase employed here strikes an emphasis of the moral, the genuine morality of the psalm. There's nothing sinful in being rich. So even at the seal of the psalm, you could look at a verse and think, oh, he's saying riches are bad or wealth is bad. No, but when you come to this full verse here, you begin to recognize how this strikes an emphasis of the moral, the genuine morality of the psalm. Nothing sinful being rich. And a wealthy man may be as a tzaddik. He can be a tzaddik, right? A wealthy man can be a tzaddik, right? Right? As, or even better in some cases, than the ebyon, than the poor man, right? However, when he glories, he like bigs up himself only in material prosperity, right? Or this pretense of wealth, right? And fails to appreciate love, right? The value, right? Of the spiritual and of the moral virtues, right? See, even the wealth itself can also have a spiritual, a moral application. Imagine one who has wealth, and I got enough wealth, my family got, but I'm gonna, help others and bless others. You know what I'm saying? You see, that is now using this material thing because of understanding the value of the spiritual and the moral strength, right? But without that, he then lacks the understanding of life. If he's without that, he doesn't understand the privileged position, right, that he was in. You know what I'm saying? Or is in, but was in, right? And the Elohim given purpose and sublime opportunities, right? Sublime opportunities, right? His existence, therefore, if that is so, that he has wealth and he can rise to, the genuine morality, right, of operating with that in righteousness, right choiceness, then his existence is merely animal, and worse than animal, right? It is like, it's like the beast. It's lower than the beast, but it's like to the beast. It's merely animal. Where was his humanity? You see what I'm saying? Man in honor don't understand, and he doesn't understand. Like beasts perish, right? His existence is merely animal, and he perishes like a beast. So right here, give thanks.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
So right here on the outro, give thanks, brothers and sisters. The outro. Let's see, down presser man. Let's hear the Ivrit, the Hebrew, right here, down presser version. Then we'll give you the English with the Hebrew highlights. Hear this. Here we go.
Lion of Judah Society.
מזמור מ"ט למנצח לבני קורח מזמור. שמעו זאת כל העמים, האזינו כל יושבי חלד. גם בני אדם, גם בני איש, יחד עשיר ואביון. פי ידבר חוכמות, והגות ליבי תבונות. עטה למשל אוזני, אפתח בכינור חידתי. למה אירע בימי רע, עוון עקבי יסובני. הבוטחים על חילם, וברוב עושרם יתהללו. אך לא פדו יפדה איש, לא ייתן לאלוהים כופרו. ויקר פדיון נפשם, וחדל לעולם. ויחי עוד לנצח, לא יראה השחת, כי יראה חכמים ימותו, יחד כסיל ובער יאבדו, ועזבו לאחרים חילם. קרבם בתמו לעולם, משכנותם לדור ודור. קראו בשמותם עלי אדמות, ואדם ביקר בל ילין, נמשל כבהמות נדמו. זה דרכם כסל למו, ואחריהם בפיהם ירצו סלע. כצאן לשאול שתו מוות, ירעם וירדו בם ישרים לבוקר, וצורם לבלות שאול מזבולו. אך אלוהים יפדה נפשי מיד שאול, כי ייקחני סלע. אל תירא כי יעשיר איש, כי ירבה כבוד ביתו, כי לא במותו ייקח הכל, לא ירד אחריו כבודו. כי נפשו בחייו יברך, ויודוך כי תיטיב לך. תבוא עד דור אבותיו, עד נצח לא יראו אור. אדם ביקר ולא יבין, נמשל כבהמות נדמו.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Lion of Judah Society.
Psalm 49. Hear this, all ye people. Give ear, all ye inhabitants of the world, both low and high, rich and poor together. My mouth shall speak of wisdom, and the meditation of my heart shall be of understanding. I will incline mine ear to a parable. I will open my dark saying upon the harp. Wherefore should I fear in the days of evil, when the iniquity of my heels shall compass me about? They that trust in their wealth and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches, none of them can by any means redeem his brother, nor give to God a ransom for him. For the redemption of their soul is precious, and it ceaseth forever, that he should still live forever, and not see corruption. For he seeth that wise men die. Likewise the fool and the brutish person perish, and leave their wealth to others. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever, and their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. Nevertheless, man being in honor abideth not. He is like the beasts that perish. This their way is their folly, yet their posterity approve their sayings. Selah. Like sheep they are laid in the grave. Death shall feed on them, and the upright shall have dominion over them in the morning, and their beauty shall consume in the grave from their dwelling. But God will redeem my soul from the power of the grave, for he shall receive me. Selah. Be not thou afraid when one is made rich, when the glory of his house is increased. For when he dieth, he shall carry nothing away. His glory shall not descend after him. Though while he lived he blessed his soul, and men will praise thee, and thou doest well to thyself. He shall go to the generation of his fathers. They shall never see light. Man that is in honor and understandeth not is like the beasts, like the beasts, like the beasts that perish, 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 that perish. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. And when they were come into an upper room, they went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room, upper room, upper room, upper room.
Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
And when they would come in, they went
This
up into
discipleship
an upper room.
radio broadcast
They went up into an
has
upper room.
Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions when I needed help. Make myself a man. No man is his own keeper. Slowly I close my eyes to sleep. Desire belongs to me. When I